I was just saying, like, I mean, this is, unless he changes his mind, I'll set it back here.
You start bringing it out.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I said that. We can tell that's what I said. Because like when I move up, you're on national break. It'll be like whenever I move up to do my stuff, I have to, that's like a break time where one person has to sit to the back and move around. So I'll pass it on. I mean, I don't really care, but.
How are you guys? Oh, you did? How are you, Cedric? Good. How are you?
Sometimes I am, sometimes I'm not. Yeah. See, my head's like going every way.
Yes. You're right, and I'm not going.
Well, you're sitting way up front. Sit back like you're relaxed.
fine here.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean,
Yeah, just that one. No move. We just talking. That's what it says. No, besides that one.
okay.
You'll be fine.
Thank you. Lower my chair down to the ground.
All rise.
Y'all can be seated. Yeah, please. Yeah, get someone when we can get started on pre-trial. Which one? Which one?
Most of them, I mean, that was filed on the 13th.
I don't have it yet, but I can find it in the case file, or y'all can give me a copy of it too. That'll work.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. As soon as I can get this to come up. You said there's something in the queue.
There's two potential ones. I'm not sure what else is in it.
That's it right now. Okay, you can tell them that it should be there.
Nah.
Or shortly. Yeah.
Before you got crazy.
Yeah. Mr. Wilson, do y'all have anything before opening apart from the defense's motion and limiting?
We have a whole motion in this.
Okay. I'll do that too. What you got?
Okay. You have a copy? Okay.
Throw it in that. And then once we get on the record. Okay, and your file. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. If you're gonna handle it, you need to switch out with me for this part. Or Lisa, go ahead.
Judge, may we approach?
Yeah. Lisa and Roseanne.
working copy, that's not
Okay, yeah.
her final.
Yeah.
If there's typos or anything, I take full responsibility for that. It's Rosanna's fault. Sheena.
on the record in 170. Which one am I on? State of Texas versus Timothy Simpkins, 1708260. No? 177395.
Yes.
That's our current number. Okay. Are both sides ready for the jury?
State's ready.
Who's ready?
Ms. Freeman? This one is right now. Yes.
Walk into the jury box. Just leave them here. You can leave them on a chair. You're going to want that open. All right, I count y'all going in. 1, 2, 3.
some of the rules that we talked about on Friday. Please don't talk about this case with anyone else, including your spouse, until the case is done and you're relieved from your duty. To that same regard, please don't talk about this case amongst yourselves while you're in the jury room until all the evidence is before you, including the court's charge and the law. Okay? If anyone talks about this case within your presence at lunch or otherwise, please remove yourself from that situation and tell me if I need to hear about it. Okay? All right, and please make sure that we're going to take breaks and we're going to hear as much evidence as we can without making it untenable. But if you need to use the restroom or something, please raise your hand or get hold of one of my bailiffs and they'll let me know so we can accommodate you. All right? All right. I'll ask the state of Texas to read the indictment.
The State of Texas versus Timothy George Simpkins, indictment number 1773951R. In the name and by the authority of the State of Texas, the grand jurors of Tarrant County, Texas, duly elected, tried, impaneled, sworn, and charged to inquire of offenses committed in Tarrant County in the State of Texas, upon their oaths do present in and to the 432nd District Court of said county, that Timothy George Simpkins, hereinafter called defendant, on or about the 6th day of October of 2021, in the county of Tarrant and state of Texas, did then and there attempt to cause the death of Zacchaeus Selby by intentionally shooting Zacchaeus Selby with a firearm during the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of terroristic threat, to wit, threatened to commit any offense involving violence, to wit, aggravated assault, or murder to any person with the intent to place the public or a substantial group of the public in fear of serious bodily injury, which amounted to more than mere preparation that tended but failed to effect the commission of the offense intended. Paragraph 2, and it is further presented in and to said court that the defendant, on or about the 6th day of October of 2021, did then and there attempt to cause the death of more than one person during the same criminal transaction, to wit, by intentionally shooting Zacchaeus Selby and or Calvin Pettit and or Shania McNeely with a firearm, which amounted to more than mere preparation that tended but failed to effect the commission of the offense intended, against the peace and dignity of the state, signed by the foreman of the grand jury.
All right, Mr. Simpkins, to this indictment, you may plead guilty or not guilty.
Not guilty, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
All right. You may be seated. The record will reflect the defendant has pled not guilty before the jury. This case will proceed in the following order. The state may make an opening statement outlining its case. The defense also has the right to make an opening statement, however, they need not do so. Do you all intend to open or reserve?
We're going to reserve, Your Honor.
Okay. The opening statement is merely an aid to you in generally understanding the nature of the case and the significance of the evidence when it is introduced. After opening statements, if any, the state will introduce evidence. Rebuttal evidence may also be introduced. At the conclusion of all of the evidence, the attorneys will make their closing arguments to you. The law applicable to this case will be contained in the instructions I give you during the course of the trial, and it will be your duty to follow all such instructions. It is your duty to determine the facts from the evidence and the reasonable inferences arising from such evidence, and in so doing, you must not indulge in guesswork or speculation. The evidence which you are to consider consists of the testimony of witnesses, if any, and the exhibits admitted into evidence, if any. The admission of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. From time to time, it may be the duty of the attorneys to make objections, and my duty as judge to rule on those objections. You must not concern yourself with the objections or the court's reasons for these rulings. You must not consider testimony or exhibits to which an objection was sustained or which has been ordered stricken. You must not be influenced in any degree by any personal feelings of sympathy for or prejudice against the state or the defendant in this case, for each is entitled to the same fair and impartial consideration. No statement or ruling or remark which I may make during the presentation of testimony is intended to indicate my opinion as to what the facts are. You are to determine the facts, and in this regard, you alone must decide upon the believability of the evidence and its weight and value. It is imperative that you pay close attention to the testimony. If anytime you find yourself having difficulty paying attention, please get my attention, request a break, and we will accommodate you. All right, State, you may proceed.
State, please support. Defense counsel, co-counsel, members of the jury. The opening statements are meant to give you an idea about what this trial is about. Also, what the evidence is that we expect to bring to you. And I'll begin with this. October the 6th of 2021 was a Wednesday. It was a school day at Timberview High School in Arlington, Texas. And it was supposed to be a regular day of school. Until Timothy Simpkins arrived at 9 o'clock that morning for school, and he went upstairs to the second floor to Miss Altman's classroom where he was a student. And he had a loaded gun. Nobody knew it then. 15 minutes later, 3 people were shot in a mass shooting that he is responsible for. He shot 3 people. It took him 15 minutes to enter the classroom, and around 9:15, he left on his own accord and went to his sister's apartment with his gun. At no time during those 15 minutes did anybody else have a weapon or threaten him with any deadly force. So what happened in 15 minutes? Chaos. Chaos to the entire school. All of the teachers and all of the students went into lockdown. The officers that arrived were in mass. They did not know who did it. They didn't know where the shooter was. Students were huddled in locked classrooms, crying, trying to contact their parents. Teachers were afraid. So what happened in Miss Altman's classroom? At 9:11, another student arrived late, and that's Zach Selby. He was also a student in that classroom. These schoolrooms are kept locked for safety reasons. So he had to knock on the door. Miss Altman let him in. And when he went in, he went straight to Timothy Simpkins, and a fight erupted. Timothy Simpkins saw him coming, and he stood up, and they began to fight. And the testimony will be that Zach Selby, although he was only 15, and this defendant was 18, was getting the best of him and was beating him up. The students were all still in the classroom. Some of them began to videotape. Mrs. Altman became very concerned because she could not stop that fight, and she opened her door and began to yell for help. This is the second floor, and it is full of classrooms. Teachers came to aid her. 2 of the teachers that came to aid her, one was Sarah Herrera, and another one was another coach who arrived later. But there were other teachers who were coming. The first teachers who arrived broke them up. Mrs. Herrera had a hold of Zach Selby. The other coach was holding Timothy Simpkins back. He had fallen during the assault, and you will hear that Zach Selby had hit him and maybe even stomped him with his foot. When that fight broke up, Timothy Simpkins jumped right back up. At this point, Mrs. Herrera has got her eyes on Selby, on Zach. He's like, I'm done. It's over. Approximately 6 to 8 feet separated them. Mrs. Herrera turns and he's got the gun that he has in his waistband, and it's a Glock. The kids see it, chaos ensues because they start running. Even the coach, who was trying to hold him back, says, "Run, run, gun." Mrs. Herrera sees the gun pointed at her and Zach. They both try to run. And she trips and she falls. And Zach gets shot one time, right then. People are running. It is very important what happens after that, because the shooting isn't over. He's not done. He's not finished. So as people are running out, another teacher gets shot. Another person, Mr. Calvin Pettit, who's 25 years old. He had been in the doorway and he turned to run. He shot him. Zach Selby is trying to run, and he makes it out into the hallway. The layout of the second floor is important to how this all happens. This is all this class opens up to a T. So you can go straight forward, or you can, there's a hallway that way, there's a hallway to the right and to the left. And it's important when you hear about the rest of the shots. As he exits the classroom, he shoots again. And this time, he shoots straight forward, and there's a glass case at the end of the hallway. It breaks. There are students running that way that feel the bullet whiz by them. And we will show you the videotape of how close some of those students came to being another victim. None of them were hit. He turns his attention to the next hallway where Zach Selby has fallen and is crawling, trying to get to a stairwell, and he shoots again. This time, that bullet hits McNeely. She's 15. She's made it almost to the end of the hallway with one of the teachers trying to get her to exit. There are stairwells going down, and she gets hit in the left hip. Is Timothy finished? Oh no, he's not finished. He's intent on murdering Zach. So although Zach is on the floor, trying to crawl away, trying to make it to a stairwell, you will see a video of him pointing that gun at him, very subtly shooting him 2 more times. And then you will see a video of him taking that weapon and leaving. And getting into his Dodge Charger and going to his sister's home with his gun. It is a tragic, horrible scene at that school that is on lockdown for hours. At the end of this testimony, we're going to ask you to find him guilty of attempted capital murder. Thank you.
Defense is reserving.
Defense reserves opening.
All right, State, please call your first witness.
State call Regina Fuse.
All right, Ms. Fuse.
You guys, this time we'd like to invoke the witness.
Okay. Do you want me to pull every state witness in here right now, or have the state admonish them?
Judge, we can go admonish them, for there's quite a few.
Yeah,
out in the hallway.
that's what I prefer.
Okay.
Yeah, let's the testimony you're about to give and the cause now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Raise your hand. You may proceed.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them who you are?
Hi, my name is Regina Hughes. I work with the City of Arlington Dispatch Services.
So what does that mean?
I am over our training department. In our training department, we train 911 operators and dispatchers.
For our purposes, it's fair to say that you're the custodian of records for the 911 calls.
Correct.
Okay. And so you understand how 911 calls are made, recorded, kept, and things along those lines.
Yes.
All right. I want to talk to you about some 911 calls that y'all received on October 6th of 2021. You know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Was it a busy morning?
It was a busy morning.
Can you tell the jury why you say that?
We started receiving more than 100 calls for service reporting a shooting at a school.
So when you see that many calls, what does that mean for y'all?
Pretty much that means all hands on deck. I normally am usually with a training class, and at that time I did have a training class, and the training class stopped and we were all hands on deck out answering calls, dispatching, taking calls, that kind of stuff.
So we received that many calls for one incident. What does that mean for the rest of the city?
For the rest of the city, we are working as diligently and as quickly as possible to answer all calls, not just this call. So calls do go in queue or a holding pattern to be answered in the order in which they were received.
Kind of puts a hold on your ability and police department's ability to respond to other calls when you have something like this occurring. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, may I proceed with this?
May.
I want to show you what we marked as State's Exhibit 37. Have you had any occasion to listen to that prior to your testimony today?
I have.
Now then, there's not 100 calls on here. Is that right?
Correct.
There's only about 3.
Correct.
Okay. The phone calls that are on there, were they made that day?
Yes.
They were received by your office?
Yes.
And you recognize the 911 call operators, is that fair?
Yes.
And certainly there's callers, and you may not know them personally, but you certainly can hear their voices.
Yes.
All right. And all these calls that we have on here, these 3, they relate to the shooting at Mansfield Timberview.
Yes.
Those calls were made at the time, correct?
Correct.
And it certainly kept in a regular course of business?
Yes.
Made in a regular course of business?
Yes.
This is your business, you keep a record of these?
Yes.
Judge, we're going to offer State's 37.
Any objections to 37?
Okay.
All right, hearing no objection, 37 is admitted, and you may present to the jury.
Thank you, Judge.
Wednesday, October 6, 2021, 09:23 and 46 seconds.
Arlington 911.
Yes, I just did a teacher to call 911. I'm at Timberview High School, where we answered ISD, but we're located in Arlington. She said shots were fired on her hallway, and we are all currently in lockdown.
What hallway was it in?
The 20, it's the English hallway. I don't know if it's in the 2000s.
English hallway, the 2000?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second. Did you see anybody man with a gun?
No, I'm a counselor and I'm in my office, but my friend is an English teacher and she just said, shots fired, please call 911. So that's what I'm doing.
What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Becky Belinsky, B as in boy, IELINSKI.
Okay, and your phone number is 817-715-6606? All right, Becky, we have the officers arriving on scene now, so we're receiving multiple calls, and I apologize for the delay getting through, okay?
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Wednesday, Wednesday, October 6, 2021, 09:30 and 09 seconds.
Allison, on what?
Timberview High School shooting.
Are you there?
Yes.
What room are you in?
2007.
I can barely hear you. I know you're trying to whisper. What room are you in?
2007.
Is anybody in your room injured?
No.
How many people were there with you? How many? 7?
Yes.
Did you hear were the gunshots near you?
Yes.
Do you know who did the shooting?
No.
How many did you hear?
I was in 30.
Can you hear anything outside now?
Yes.
What do you hear? Arguing? What do you hear? Male or female voice? They sound like adults or teens. You already have folks on scene, ma'am. I mean, just say with me, are you a student?
A teacher.
A teacher, okay. What's your name? Do you recognize the voice at all? Do you know if anybody is hurt?
I think so.
Have you seen any injured? Are you locked inside? Are you locked inside your room?
Yes.
Okay. Exactly where did you hear the shots from your location? To the left or the right? You care about your phone number. I think you're 915-316-9311. You hear what the voice is saying? Open the door. Something male or female? Is anybody trying to get you to open your door? Come on. They knocked on your door?
Wednesday, October 6, 2. Wednesday, October 6, 2000. Wednesday, October 6, 2021, 09:24 and 53 seconds.
Arlington 911.
Yes, I am here at my son's school. I
two children at the one Timberview, and I know my son was running home because they wouldn't let us in, and they kind of told him that he needed to leave because there was a shooter inside the school.
Yes, what's your
And I
name?
have another son that's inside.
Yes.
That's Maria Martin.
Maria Martin? Okay, what's your phone number,
But I'm
Maria?
outside.
Yes, ma'am, you need to let the police, I know it's scary, I know it's really scary right now, Maria, but we're gonna let the police handle it, they're all arriving on scene now. Can I get your phone number?
817-308-5345.
817-308-5345. Can you tell me your other son's name?
Sean Dominic Martin.
Okay, is Sean S-H-A-W-N or is it spelled differently now?
S-E-A-N. He
Oh.
is with me right now.
Okay, Sean Martin was the one that ran away from the school?
Well, my mom had drove him off to enter the school because he has to be here at 9.
No, right. I mean, when he ran away because he found out that shots were fired. Is that the one that's with you now?
Tell her what he said.
I had gone to the front and I...
No, listen. Is this Sean?
Yes.
Okay, Sean, no, I need to know the name of your other son inside of the school. Now.
The other son is Gavin Anthony Martin.
Okay.
But he did not tell me anything. No, I only know this because I have two children. One is in early in the morning, and then this one goes in at 9.
Yes, ma'am. All right, we have the police here arriving on scene now, okay?
So do I just stay here in the parking lot?
You just wait until you get any type of word from the officers. You gotta let them handle it. I know you're scared, but just try to remain patient. They're gonna do everything that they need to and notify everybody they need to, okay?
Would it be best for me to stay on property though? I mean,
I don't know if they're gonna ask you to leave. I can't really confirm or deny that right now. But if they do ask you to leave, yeah, you do have to abide by that for sure.
okay, I'm just in the parking lot. Okay. Oh no.
Yes, ma'am. What kind of vehicle are you in, Maria, in case they know?
I'm in the truck. I'm in the GMC truck.
Okay. What color is it, ma'am?
It's white.
Right. Is it a pickup or an SUV?
It's a pickup.
Okay. All right, ma'am. I'm gonna go ahead and update your information into the call, okay, so they're aware, all right?
Okay.
All right, ma'am. Bye-bye.
That's just an example of some of the calls you received. Is that fair?
Yes.
How long did y'all receive phone calls
They went on for quite some time.
from concerned citizens, from parents?
Yes.
Pass witness.
Cross-examination.
No question.
All right, excuse. You would be excused if for some reason you get a call from the court or the other side to come back and testify. Please do so.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You stated you have the opportunity to admonish your witnesses not to discuss this case with each other.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I did.
Very good. All right, please call your next witness.
Today we call Michael French.
Mr. French.
If you do, just wave back. Thank you.
All right, would you please raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony that you're about to give in the cause now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir.
All right, have a seat here. Make sure you set that microphone where it works for you. Make sure you listen to the questions in their entirety from both sides before you answer, so that you prevent yourself from talking over the attorneys, and then they'll hopefully do the same for you. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, you're witness.
Thank you, Judge. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them how you're employed?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Deputy Chief Michael French. I'm one of the chiefs for the Arlington Fire Department.
How long you been there?
Just a little bit over 22 years, sir.
How long have you been a chief?
Just shy of 7 years.
You were one of the commanders, I don't want to call you field commander, if that's the right word.
Yes, sir,
that
that works.
showed up at Mansfield Timberview on October 6th of 2021.
That's correct.
Is that location in Tarrant County, Texas?
Yes, sir.
All right. What does a field commander do when they show up to something like this?
Well, there's multiple layers. At the time of this incident, I was a shift commander. The fire department, we worked 3 shifts. We worked 24 hours at a time, so this happened on A shift. I was a shift commander at the time of A shift, which meant I was in charge of all the units that responded to 911 calls or whatever during that shift. And then we have other chiefs that are battalion commanders. So the initial chief showed up, and then I arrived shortly after that first chief, and then I took command.
Why does an Arlington firefighter chief show up at a shooting?
Well, the initial units, initial ambulance and initial fire apparatus, we are a first responder organization. I mean, anytime somebody calls 911 in the city of Arlington for an EMS call, you'll get the closest fire apparatus and the closest ambulance. They just work in tandem to take care of that patient in an EMS need. This came in as a potential shooting, and then while units were en route, it was upgraded to what we call a active threat, which means just an active shooter type of situation. And then that's when more resources and more of a command structure was sent. So it's really the chief officer shows up on scenes like that, whether it's a complicated EMS call like this or a fire or whatever, the chiefs show up and are the incident commander of the incident through the incident command system, which is a nationally recognized way that the federal government and all local state governments, that's how we set up our command structure at any kind of incident. Sometimes the incidents are small, sometimes the incidents get really big, and the ICS system is scalable. So we dispatch all the units there to where we can have a command structure and have all the resources that we need to handle the incident.
You use the acronym EMS. What does that stand for?
Emergency Medical Services.
So the firefighters that show up also are medically trained?
Yes, all of them. We are 100% cross-trained. Some are paramedics and some are EMTs advanced.
What's the difference?
Just different level. Paramedics that paramedic is the highest level of training that work on an ambulance or work on a fire apparatus. They have additional skills over an EMT, emergency medical technician basic. And then there's one level of training, EMS training, in between a basic EMT and a paramedic EMT, and that's EMT advanced, and that's what the Arlington Fire Department is trained to. We can do first round of drugs for advanced life support patients who have heart attacks or patients who go unconscious because of a cardiac problem. We're trained to do certain skills EMS wise.
So when you show up as the chief on this scene, had any of your units already been inside?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Explain how that would have worked, how that worked.
Well, initially, Engine 15 and Medic 23. Engine 15 is the Arlington Fire Department fire truck, your traditional fire engine. Medic 23 is an ambulance for AMR. AMR, American Medical Response, is our contracted ambulance provider for the city of Arlington. So those two units showed up first, and they what we call staged. They knew it was a shooting. So generally, generally we let PD arrive and find out if the person doing the shooting is still there while the unit's not staged a block away, etc. So they arrived on scene and met with Mansfield Independent School District officers who said they had some victims inside. And they used the word scene was secure, because normally we don't go into any kind of scene, any kind of building or anything unless PD says, yes, it's safe to do so. In this case, Engine 15 arrived on scene first, Medic 23 arrived, and they were directed that the school itself, where the victims were, they knew they had victims inside. The scene was secure. They were told it was secure, so they went in and rapidly discovered that it's not really secure because they didn't know where the shooter was, or they didn't know the person who shot these people were. And so the lieutenant of Engine 15, they got those patients out and declared that the scene was not safe. So they got the patients out and left the building until more PD officers were able to arrive on scene and make sure that they were safe and protected. Talking about the fire and ambulance personnel, so they can go in and look for and find other victims, because we didn't know in the beginning how many victims there were.
Ultimately, y'all pulled out 3 victims.
Correct.
Three victims who've been shot.
Correct.
Right. And you said that EMS, y'all want to go in with the police so that the jury understands the ratio is normally 1 to 1, one officer per EMS personnel that wants to go into a building. Is that fair?
Ideally, on paper, I mean, we have a 2. We want one more police officer than there is a EMS person. That's ideally, but that doesn't always happen. In this case, we had 2 EMS people with 2 police officers.
But they were able to do their job and get those people out.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So y'all pulled out, waited for more law enforcement to come in and secure, search the school looking for the shooter.
Correct.
Before y'all could go in and begin to look for more victims.
Correct.
Okay. How long did you have to stay out there?
In total?
Total.
I believe the initial dispatch time was 9:16 a.m. for the very first 911 call saying that somebody's shooting in the building. And then the fire units, the fire apparatus, and the command structure, meaning the chiefs, and then the ambulances, I believe were all gone a little bit after 1:30 p.m. PD was out there much longer to conduct their stuff, but the building had been searched, evacuated, and the building was clear of any victims or any suspects by around 1 p.m. or so, and so we left shortly after that.
So the entire school had to be evacuated with students and teachers?
Yes.
Did y'all end up treating any of the students, teachers, or even civilians that showed up for any other issues?
Arlington did not. Timberview High School is right on the edge. It's in the city limits of the city of Arlington, but it's actually a Mansfield Independent School District high school. And so there's a term that we call the collection point, to where all the students were brought out of the school, placed on Mansfield school buses, and taken into the Mansfield city limits to their fine arts center, and that's where the parents came and picked them up. I heard later in the day, and
I'm sorry.
I'm going to take to what he heard later.
I'm offering for effect on listener, not for the truth of the matter.
All right, that's overruled currently. Continuing what you had to say, asking a question to clarify.
Were you aware of any other services that had to be provided to the students or teachers in Mansfield?
yes,
Okay. What kind of services were provided?
I do not know. It was provided by the Mansfield Fire Department.
Do you have any idea how many students had to be evacuated?
The estimated number that we had, and this was all just evolving, was we were given the number 2,000. I don't know how accurate that is, but that is the number we were working with.
People-wise, how much resources were committed to this shooting at this school?
Ooh. Can I look at my notes?
Approximation time.
Approximately around just shy of 30 firefighters, and then approximately 7 ambulances with 2 people each. So 14 from AMR from the ambulance service. So just around 45 total from fire and EMS point of view.
For Arlington Fire Department, how many firefighters do they have on duty at any one time?
At that time, I believe it was 89.
Just under half, rough, a third.
Yes, sir. We had practically, we divided, you may have heard, a 1 alarm, a 2nd alarm, 3rd alarm assignment. We had the equivalent of 2 alarms worth of personnel there.
That's witness.
Cross-examination.
Okay, good. So, Chief French,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
with respect to this particular day, it comes in as a shooting.
Initially, yes, ma'am.
Comes in as a shooting. So, in those type of situations, is there a particular protocol that you have to work your way through?
Well, there's EMS protocols to take care of patients or the victims of personnel who have had what we call penetrating trauma. But this guy upgraded Engine 15, the lieutenant on Engine 15 that was in charge of that apparatus. He recognized that there was more text. So we have computers in our apparatus, and it's just more and more and more and more information was coming in. It was at a high school, so as soon as they were en route, and sometime during that period of them going from the fire station to the school, that officer recognized the need for, this is a person shooting inside of a school, so he turned, and we have a term for that in the fire department, and it's called an active threat. It could be multiple things, but it covers, that's an umbrella statement. And when dispatch, the dispatchers learned that it was an active threat, they dispatched way more resources.
So, is your communications at all tied in with Arlington Police Department dispatch?
Yes, the police, fire, and AMR, third-party ambulance service are all in the same room, essentially.
So, are you actively looking at MDT or whatever computer system you use to see what's going on?
Yes, once I was dispatched, the initial dispatch happened with just Engine 15 and the ambulance, and then a few moments later, several other units were dispatched, and then that's when I was notified to be en route to the school, and that's when I started reading the text and the communications.
At any time during the text that you read, did you receive any reports on the MDT that a person was going around randomly going into classrooms and shooting students?
No, ma'am. It was just a bunch of 911. Everybody has cell phones. There was a lot of calls coming in saying they were locked in rooms with X amount of students. Teachers would say, "There's 2 teachers in this room. We have, whatever the number of students were, just waiting." They heard gunshots out in the hallway, etc. It was just that type of information in the first few minutes.
But nothing saying that it was a mass shooting, like for instance in Uvalde, that the person was going in and individually slaughtering students.
No, ma'am. The one of the text messages, I believe it said it was just a shooter was in the hallway. There was a fight. Two students were fighting, and then one of the students started shooting. I think that was the gist of all the messages.
So it was like more individualized than being described.
Correct, but we have, this day and age, we have no idea. We just knew somebody was in a school shooting. We didn't know how bad or how many or anything at that moment.
When you arrived, you stayed outside?
Well, I came from central Arlington, and this was in the far southern city limits. So there was other multiple units, multiple fire apparatus, multiple ambulances on scene, and then there was another chief officer, a battalion commander called Battalion 2. The city is divided up geographically, and he was Battalion 2 is responsible for the southern half of the city. So he was there initially as the on-scene commander, and then once I arrived, he briefed me, told me what he found when he got there, what they're doing now. We're in a plan to go forward, and we can make adjustments or whatever. And I assumed command and became the incident commander for the incident, and I assigned Battalion 2 to the operations role.
You have personal unit? You brought reports with you today?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am.
Sure, that's
So once the students were removed, they went to the performing arts building?
yes, ma'am.
Did you remain on scene until after that was done, or you had already cleared?
Well, there was this particular case had multiple overlapping jurisdictions that had responsibilities. It was in the city limits of Arlington, but it belonged to the Mansfield School District. They both have police departments, Mansfield ISD PD, and then they evacuated everybody to that fine arts center, and that was located inside the city limits of Mansfield. So from what I was told, Mansfield PD, or FD rather, Mansfield FD sent a few ambulances to the Performing Arts Center to see a few people that had whatever needs that came up.
Can you be direct?
No, sir.
All right, sir. You may be excused. You can get a call from either side to come back and clarify or testify about anything else. Please return.
All right, thank you.
All right, please call your next witness.
State calls Ryan King.
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 Do you solemnly swear or affirm? Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the cause now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, have a seat here. Adjust that microphone if you need to. What I'm going to ask you to do is make sure that you listen to the entirety of the question from either side, attorney, before you answer, and that way you make sure that you don't speak over them, and they'll do the same for you so they don't speak over you, because my court reporter can only take down one at a time, okay?
Okay. Yes, sir.
And also try to talk all the way back to my bailiff so that everybody can understand you.
Yes, sir.
State.
Mr. King, Good morning.
Morning.
Introduce yourself to the jury, please, and tell them how you're employed.
My name is Ryan King. At the time of the call, I was employed by the Arlington Fire Department. I was the first responding engineer, the driver, apparatus operator for Engine 15 for this call.
And you're employed somewhere else now, is that correct?
Correct. I left the fire department to run my own construction company, so that's what I do now.
How long had you been there before you decided to go and go into construction?
I was in Arlington for 8 years, and before that, the total for 17 for fire, EMS. I did Arlington EMS 911 system for 2 years, and North Virginia Hills Fire Department for 6.5 years before that.
And you were driving Engine 15, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Tell the jury what were your responsibilities on the date of October the 6th of 2021 at Timberview High School when you were dispatched?
So, like I said, as an apparatus operator and AO, my job and responsibility is to drive the rig to the calls, ensure the safety of the crew, to make sure we get there quickly and efficiently and safely. This call started out as a relatively normal call. It was a gunshot or a shooting call. So we were not the first due engine. The engine 17, I believe, was the first due, but they were on a call. So we were coming from a different district to respond to this one. As we were coming, as I was driving to this call, Lieutenant Tucker, who was my commanding officer on Engine 15, started kind of paying attention, and it upgraded the call from a shooting to an active threat response, basically changing the entire protocol of how we respond to any kind of a normal dispatch. When that happens, it upgrades the amount of people responding, and it raises the awareness of anybody on scene or reporting to this scene that was already on it. When that happens, for shooting calls in general or an active threat, we stage. So by the time we got on scene, my initial assignment was to stage offsite just what we call like a warm zone. My job as a first responding engineer is to establish a staging area, meaning I would control the flow of traffic of fire and EMS, ambulances, fire trucks, fire engines reporting to the scene. I would stage them somewhere off-site, and then I would release them as we needed them so that we control a steady flow and we wouldn't have some kind of a bumper-to-bumper traffic, things like that. That's what a staging officer does. As we were all getting ready, we were getting our vests on and kind of gearing up for the proper PPE for this call. PD called, said they needed immediate help, and called the scene secure for multiple victims already found on site. So when that happened, we relayed that to the next oncoming unit to take over my duties. I was no longer going to be the staging officer, so I got back into the truck and I drove to the southeast entrance, where we were met by a police officer there. When we do things, this is a unique situation, so we form what's called RTFs. My commanding officer, Lieutenant Tucker, would be in charge of the scene. He'd be the commanding officer on the scene as a whole, because he's the first officer on. That leaves me as the engineer as the crew lead. We were assigned to go make entry as an RTF, teaming up with me, my firefighter, and the police officer would be our armed escort, and he would be assigned to us. As we made entrance into the building, we were escorted down the hall and to a set of stairs to our left. When we went up to the hall, we found our first victim, male, and he was laying on the ground bleeding, multiple gunshots. Tucker was with us, Lieutenant Tucker was with us at this time, and he told me to begin treatment on this first victim there's another victim down the hall, right? So my immediate care was for this first victim, this 15-year-old black male with multiple gunshot wounds.
Let me stop you right there.
Go ahead.
For a second. Okay, so you said that you made entry because you were told it was secure at the time. Is that correct?
That's correct. We were told initially scene secure. Once we got there, we realized pretty quick that the scene was not secure.
Okay.
However, with these responses, a lot of times what we do is we back out because the scene's not secure. But on these active threat response, We have a different set of protocols, meaning we will use our armed escort and we will go into a hot, active zone, whether there's gunshots actively going on or not. A lot of protocols throughout the country changed because of delays in response. So AFD and APD took steps to ensure that we would not delay response to people downed on site, victims or whatever, so that we would get to them faster.
Mr. King, let me interrupt real quick. Make sure that you try to answer the questions that she gives you so that she doesn't have to interrupt you during the answer, okay? So listen to the question she asked and answer that question, okay?
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
So when you entered, you had an armed escort with you, an officer who was escorting you, is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that because you were getting reports that there were actual victims inside that building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you go in with the officer, and you're not armed, is that right?
No, ma'am, I'm not armed.
Okay. All right. So the first victim that you see is in a stairwell.
That at the top of the stairwell.
At the
Yes,
top of the
ma'am.
stairwell. He is the young black male that you described.
Correct.
Describe for the jury what condition you immediately see about him.
Initial impression of that first victim was they had multiple gunshot wounds. He was conscious and he was ANO, meaning he was able to talk to me and relay to me how he was feeling. He had obvious bleeding, and so my initial steps were to just stop that bleeding to get him ready to evacuate.
Did that male appear to be possibly mortally wounded?
Potentially, yes, ma'am.
And did he appear to need advanced level of care immediately?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
I'm going to show you some exhibits that have been previously marked. I'm going to show you this one first. It has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 124. State's Exhibit 94. State's Exhibit 128, 134, 133, 132, 131, 130, and 129. As you have viewed these, let me ask you, these are true representations of the black male victim that you found in the stairwell on October the 6th.
Yes, ma'am, they are.
They fairly depict the scene as it occurred at that time and that person as that person appeared to you on that day.
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Your Honor, we would offer all these exhibits at this time. Tendering to the state. To the defense, sorry.
All right, once you've reviewed the exhibits, please let me know if you have any objections to 94, 124, and 128 through 130. Hearing no objection, the court will enter State's Exhibit 94, 124, and 128 through 134 inclusive. And you may present the jury at your opportunity.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have a witness step down?
You may. How are you going to present?
I'm just gonna have him view the, hold them so that we can explain them to the jury. Is that okay, Judge?
You may, Ms. Camplin, if you need to reposition yourself, you may.
I think it's exhibit 124. Will you, explain that photograph to the jurors?
So this is the stairwell. As we came up, this is where we found our first victim. This is how he was laying. When we found him, you can tell through the, can't tell necessarily where the gunshots were, but you can just tell he's got a lot of bleeding and obviously he's unable to move.
And what is depicted in State's Exhibit 94?
This would be the scene after we had extracted the patient, the victim, from the school.
Mr. King, if I could ask you to maybe stand on the other side of Ms. Salinas, that way your voice is coming this way towards my report.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 128.
This is the victim at the hospital. This is after my care.
And the rest of these photos say they also depict the victim in various stages of being photographed in his wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm showing 131. $130 also.
Yes, ma'am.
$129. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Also the victim. $134. $133. And is it the victim that is named Zacharias Selby?
Yes.
Thank you. You may take your seat. Thank you. You mentioned that there was, that you had been notified there was another victim. After Zach Selby had been removed, did you proceed and stay on and try and help the other victim?
No, ma'am, because I was initially helping with Zach, and he was what we consider a critical injury. My lieutenant was able to find a walking wounded, what we call someone who's able to walk on their own, and we will escort them out of the hot zone. He was coming down the hall as Zachary was being gurneyed off. AMR made it on site, on scene with their own escort up the elevator with a gurney. So once I had helped to stabilize the patient, I got him on the gurney, and my lieutenant was coming up the hallway. Then we all came out the same way that we went in.
Was that a male victim?
Yes,
The next
ma'am.
one? Was that Calvin Pettit?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you stay with Zach Selby?
Not originally. So a lot of what we do is with AFD, we're first responders. I am a paramedic, and that's why my lieutenant assigned me to help with that first victim because he needed a higher level. When AMR came on site, there was a paramedic with them as well. So when I handed off Zach to them, he was still with the same level of care. When I came back downstairs, I was assigned a different role. It was temporary. I'm not sure what happened with the medic. I think he may have been assigned with the EMS supervisor on scene for a bigger role on that scene. So whenever Zachary was loaded up, he was put onto what they call a BLS ambulance, or basic life support ambulance, which is not sufficient for the level of care that he needed.
Why is that?
because of his injuries that he sustained, required a higher level of care or advanced level life support, which is what a paramedic would do. So when he was loaded on an ambulance, that ambulance crew whoever loaded him up, let them know, hey, this is a BLS box or a BLS ambulance. We need an attending paramedic to assist.
So what happened then?
So they came and told me, and because at that point I was assigned treatment officer, I let Lieutenant Tucker know the situation, and he assigned me back to the patient, and I rode in as the paramedic to assist with that call. So I rode in with that victim all the way to the hospital to continuous care, to start continuing the bandaging, IVs, things like that, and to ensure that if he went down, that I would be there to help support his airway. Those are all advanced things that requires to have a paramedic or an advanced level.
So Zach was in critical condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Pass the witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Judge. Briefly, Mr. King, you say you were with the fire department for how long?
8 years, give or take.
You're the driver, and y'all have the earmuffs on?
Yes, ma'am.
You drive. So, is anything being transported to you, or is that just for sound to keep?
No, it's a radio. My headset will have the ability to talk back. Typically I do not. The lieutenant will talk back, but the whole crew has a headset, and it acts both to protect our ears from sirens and allows us to listen to the radio for any updates on the way to the call.
And so when you initially received this call on October the 6th, 2021, it came in as a shooting call, correct?
That's correct.
And what part of Arlington were you coming from?
The Southside District 15. It's off Eden between Matlock and Cooper, Station 15.
So you guys are at the fire station, shooting, this comes out and it's a shooting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How long would you say it takes you to get from Eden, Matlock area over to Timberview?
Probably between 5 and 7 minutes, depending on how traffic is and the ability to get through.
At any time during your ride over there, you said they upped it to an active threat response, right?
Lieutenant Tucker did. From my engine, given the documentation he was reading on the MDC or the computer that he looks at on the way to calls, with updates on there and what he was hearing on the radio, he decided that he needed to upgrade the call to a higher level.
So Tucker is with you in the fire truck?
Yes, ma'am. He was the lieutenant in Engine 15.
Okay. So when you arrived, you staged outside of the school?
Yes, ma'am.
At any time did you hear or read that there is a student or a person that has entered the school and is going into classrooms randomly killing people?
I never read anything on there. Lieutenant Tucker would have been able to read the MDC. All I know is that we were originally staged, and then after it was already upgraded to an active threat response, the scene was cleared or secured through PD and requested us for immediate entry.
The immediate entry is when you found out that there was somebody inside that had potentially or had been shot, correct?
We knew there were victims before we made scene.
So in different situations, you said that things changed nationally. Things changed nationally in response to like Uvalde and Parkland and Columbine.
Yes, ma'am, for active threats.
Okay. Where students, multiple students, 15 to 20 people have been killed, correct?
There's not a set number. An active threat meaning that the potential for more victims to be downed are there, and the potential for the perpetrator or the shooter is still on site.
Correct, and that's why you're entering with a police escort.
Correct.
But at no time did say
this person came in, did you hear from the police or Mansfield Independent Police Department that some random person came into the school, off the streets? I mean, because I know you're reading the call, correct?
I'm not, no ma'am. The lieutenant reads the calls. So I didn't have specifics. All I know is, or all I was told or aware of was that it was a shooting, the potential for the shooter to still be on site, and that there are multiple victims. So we took the precautions given that information.
So Zach was, so you go in, you encounter Zach, y'all get him out.
That's correct.
And you see Mr. Pettit, he's walking out.
That's correct.
And the other student is outside. Or do you know?
I didn't have contact with the other victims.
So once you got in, you do the extraction, and then you go with Zach to the hospital.
That's correct.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. May this witness be finally excused?
Any objections to excusing the witness?
No objection. Subject to recall.
Well, I think she wants to finally excuse him.
Oh, finally. Yes, no objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, yours.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Please call your next witness.
State call Officer DeWing.
Officer
DeWing.
DeWing.
DeWing. Sorry, I mispronounced.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in the cause now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you?
I do.
All right. And you can have a seat here and make sure that microphone fits for you. And you spell your last name D-E-W-I-N-G.
Yes.
Okay. Make sure when you testify that you wait to hear the entirety of any question from either attorney. Maybe even take a breath so you make sure you don't talk over them, and then talk to the very back of the courtroom, okay?
Yes.
Your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Pronounce your last name for me.
It's doing.
Doing? I've been mispronouncing it for months. Okay. My apologies. Hey, introduce yourself to the jury and tell them who you are and what you do.
My name is Justin Dewing. I'm an officer with the Arlington Police Department. I currently work under the SWAT side of the department. I've been a police officer since 2016, so about 7 years.
Just real quick. Try to talk a little louder. We have a lot of people, and so we
Okay.
can really hear you all the way in the back.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
Officer, there's a vent right over here over the jury so they can't hear you. Yes.
Okay.
Voice up a little bit, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you're a SWAT officer.
Yes.
How long have you been with SWAT?
So in Arlington, we have a part-time and a full-time team. I joined the part-time team back in 2019, and then I transferred over to the full-time team in August of last year.
So on October 6th of 21, you won the part-time team.
Yes.
You responded to the Mansfield Timberview School in capacity as a regular police officer or as part of SWAT?
As part of SWAT.
Do you have a body-worn camera when you respond?
Yes.
Okay. What was your role, generally speaking, when you responded?
Well, on the part-time team, the full-time team was on duty. As a part-time officer, I was off duty at the time. So when I was there, I showed up a little bit later than some of the other officers. So when I arrived, I noticed some of our team members on the SWAT team were on one side of the school escorting beginning to escort students out of the building. So I just went over there and assisted any way I could.
What does it mean to escort students out of the building? Tell the jury that. What does that mean?
The students that were sheltered in place inside the school or that remain inside the building, we basically file up an extraction plan, a coordinated one, in order to get students out in an organized fashion.
They just get to walk out in groups or single file or what?
Typically, it'll be classroom to classroom, and there'll be an officer at each classroom that will allow the students to come out in single file fashion. And we have officers lined up at each intersection of the hallways as our exit route, so everybody is following that same route out of the school.
Why is it single file?
Just safety, organization, and efficiency.
Are they having to do anything in particular with their arms or hands?
Typically, we'll have them with their hands up or on their head, just depending on where we're at in the plan.
Why?
Safety among all of us, especially in an incident where there is a school shooting or some sort of critical incident. We haven't been able to frisk anybody or any of the students at the time, and it keeps officers and everybody else involved safer.
You don't know who the shooter is. You don't know if he's one of the students who's hiding.
Correct.
So you have them walk out single file with their arms up or hands on their head, so you know they're not reaching for a weapon.
Correct.
Good, my first witness.
You may.
As stated earlier, you had a body-worn camera, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what we marked as states 38. Is that a copy of the video from your camera?
Yes.
You've had a chance to view it prior to testifying today, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now then, I think the video is a little over an hour long. I'm not going to show all of it, but certainly the first 5 or 10 minutes of it shows the students coming out the way you described. Is that fair?
Yes.
And this video very accurately depicts what you saw that day.
Yes.
Judge Weber offered states 38.
You said 38?
38.
All right.
Your defense would object to any hearsay contained within from any of the students that are walking out. You can, they are saying different things, not necessarily directly to the officer, but which is captured on the video. So we would object to any hearsay that's on this body.
I'm not asking to publish the audio portion of this video, just the video portion of it.
Okay. Any objection to just the video with the audio muted or redacted?
No objection if the audio is redacted.
I'm going to mute it. I'm not going to redact the audio.
Sure. Just make sure that we remember that issue if any of the evidence is requested later.
I understand, Judge.
All right, and then I'll admit states 38, the video portion without the audio.
Permission to publish?
You may publish. Can your client see the evidence, or do we need to? Deputy, can you help him reposition? Thank you.
May I proceed, Judge?
You may.
This would be me walking up to the school once I arrived on scene.
All right. Obviously, we don't see you, but we see your shadow. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And you are wearing full SWAT gear?
Yes.
What would we typically think of? The helmet, the vest?
Yep. Helmet, vest, and duty belt.
What kind of weapon are you carrying?
I don't believe I brought in my rifle. When I arrived, I saw officers already escorting students, so I believe I just had my pistol with me on my duty belt.
What are we looking at here?
Students exiting the school, entering onto school buses.
Do you know where they're going?
I don't know where those students were going now, not at that time.
Officer, what's going on right here?
So right here we have a single file line. We have dedicated officers that are just frisking or patting down each student before they exit the school onto the buses, just for weapons.
Because at this point, we don't know if there's another shooter or who the shooter would be if they're still in the classroom.
Correct.
Officer, while you did not bring your rifle in, did other SWAT officers bring theirs?
Yes.
Just that's all the video I want to publish. Officer, how long were you there?
Several hours.
Past witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, in this video, what we see described, or what we see here is the students are just following the protocol that they were given to follow.
Yes.
Okay. Would you describe this scene as being controlled or chaotic?
At the time I entered in, it was more controlled.
Did you know at the time you arrived whether they knew if the shooter was still on campus or not on campus?
I believe when I first arrived, we were unsure.
And do you know when you did learn, if you know?
I don't know the exact time. It was shortly after I arrived.
Okay. In order to become a SWAT officer, did you have to go through the police academy?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do any, I guess, more of the patrol work, what officers would typically do right out of the academy?
Yes.
Okay. So have you had an opportunity to investigate crimes involving violence?
Yes.
Would you say you've investigated few or many?
I've been a part of many.
Through your training and experience, can you give us a general definition of what a deadly weapon is?
Any weapon that can be used to cause serious bodily injury.
Okay. So could that be a fist?
It could.
Could it be a foot?
It could.
Could it be a bookshelf?
It could.
Could it be a desk?
Yes.
Could it be the ground?
Yes.
Okay. Is it reasonable for a person to fear for their life when someone's stomping on their head?
Objection, speculation.
Give me your question again.
Is it reasonable for a person to fear for their life when someone's stomping on their head?
You can answer.
Yes.
Is it reasonable for a person to fear for their life when someone slams their head into the corner of the desk?
Yes.
Is it reasonable for someone to fear for their life when their head is hit against the bookshelf?
Yes.
Is it reasonable for someone to fear for their life when a person is repeatedly punching them in the head?
Yes.
That's the witness.
All right. Any redirect?
Yes, sir, if I may. Officer, have you ever had to subdue somebody to arrest them?
I'm sorry.
Have you ever had to use force to subdue somebody to stop them, to arrest them?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you this. When you were doing that, if, I'm going to call it a fight, or resistance, whatever, was over, is it reasonable to fear for your life at that point?
No.
Why not?
If there's no longer resistance and there's no more force being used.
I mean, if the suspect's not hitting you, it's not reasonable for you then to pull your gun out and shoot him.
Correct.
I mean, that actually would be murder, or attempted murder, or attempted capital, depending on what you were doing. Is that fair?
Correct.
So, in a situation where, like, in line of the questions defense counsel is asking you, maybe in the course of those things, you might be in fear, but if it's over, it's done, you're separated by distance and time, is it reasonable then?
No, I don't believe so.
Pass the witness.
Redirect.
Yeah. How much time would you say would be reasonable to have elapsed before a person should think that the threat of their life is over.
I guess that would depend on each situation.
It depends.
Yes.
Your custody.
Anything further?
One question.
Okay.
Would it depend maybe if the person you were shooting at was crawling away from you?
Are you saying if the person that is crawling away? Can
Sure,
you ask your question?
Just ask the question. If you're, that allegation is he was involved, the defendant was involved in a fight.
Mm-hmm.
Teachers came in and broke the fight up. He pulls a gun out and starts shooting at the person he was fighting with and hits more than one person. He walks out in the hallway and continues to shoot at the victim while he's laying on the ground. Is that reasonable to be fearing your life when that is occurring?
As the shooter, no.
I pass the witness.
Recross?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. You may be excused. If you get a call to return for any reason, please return. Okay. No one, thank you. How's everyone doing? Anybody need a break? You need a break? Okay. We'll take about a 10-minute break if that'll accommodate, and we'll go from there.
All rise.
Stay in recess till about 11 o'clock.
That's a little much for us.
We're down a chair, so you might have to someone might have to find a new spot. All right, go for your seat. Thanks, call your next witness.
David, Officer Hunter.
Hunter.
Hunter. Pronounce that one correctly, Judge.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give in the cause now and trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's see here. I'm gonna need to readjust that microphone so that it fits you. Even though you have a microphone,
Does it work?
it works. Even though you have a microphone, go ahead and just talk all the way to the back of the courtroom. That'll help us make sure your diction is good and we can understand what you're saying. Try to wait till the attorneys are done asking their entire question before you begin your answer, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There you go. State your ways.
Thank you, Judge. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them who you are and what you do?
I am Officer Hunter with the Arlington Police Department.
What do you do for Arlington Police Department?
I answer calls for service and currently I'm a crash investigator.
How long have you been with Arlington Police Department?
I have been with Arlington for 5 years.
I want to talk to you about October 6th of 2021, the shooting that occurred at Mansfield Timberview High School. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What was your role as far as that entire investigation and case?
My role was to block off traffic on Watson leading up to the school.
And redirect parents or other concerned individuals where they needed to go?
Yes, I was informed of a location where any parents, any family members that were there to look for their children, I was given the location they were being transported to.
Were some of the parents that you came in contact with upset?
Yes.
Judge, this time we're gonna object to any things that any parent may have said as hearsay. We're doing the same objection as previously that Ms. Clayton introduced to the board. Students were coming, people were coming.
To your objection to hearsay, it would be denied with regards to that question. If there's another question calls for hearsay, please make the objection.
And speculation is also gonna be a part because parents are coming up saying, repeating what somebody else said to them.
Sure. What they said would be hearsay. I think it'd be rather apparent whether or not they would be upset or not. So, ask your next question.
Why would you think a parent was upset when you were talking to them? What indications do you have?
I think the reason why most parents were upset, which any that were coming to that location, was that I would not let them get closer to the school to check on their own child.
Did you have a body camera?
I did, yes.
Judge, may I approach the witness? I want to show you States 39. Is this a copy of the video from your body camera that day?
Yes, it is.
And in particular, on the portion of the body camera that we have, you're talking to one or more of the parents, is that right?
Yes.
And they're expressing to you how upset they are in that they're facing with their kids.
Yes.
One of them actually used some pretty graphic language.
Yes, they did.
Okay. Judge, we're going to offer States 39, the video portion and the audio portion. We're offering the audio portion for not for the truth of the matter asserted, but to show effect on listener. Mr. the effect on this police officer.
Okay, defense?
Yeah, we have really the same objection as to hearsay, and she can describe the parents' actions, their demeanor, but as far as what the parents are saying to her on the body cam, I'm gonna object to hearsay.
Are these statements that are made, is this pretty close in time to the events that are occurring?
Yes, sir.
All right, and this is these are parents coming to a school with their kids in the school, correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Because we have a Sixth Amendment right to confront anybody that's saying anything. We have a Sixth Amendment right to confront the witnesses when they're not being called.
Are these statements testimonial in nature?
No, sir. They're not responding to any questions, it's just the person talking. And Judge, I point out, part of the indictment says that the public or a substantial group of the public was placed in fear. This goes to show the demeanor of this witness or the parent that's talking, that this was a legitimate fear.
All right.
It's also a presence that's impression. And excited utterance based on the demeanor that's already been described to you.
All right. I'll overrule the objection.
States are admitted.
I'm sorry.
We have a right to cross the parents that's on here to determine their fear. And
I understand. That's overruled at this point. What is the exhibit?
39.
39. 39 is admitted. You may publish.
And for the rest of us, we're going to renew our objection throughout this testimony on Sixth Amendment grounds of right confrontation.
That's overruled.
Officer Hunter, what are we looking at here?
This is the view of my body camera looking northbound on Watson at the intersection of Watson and Eden.
Are you there by yourself?
There, if I remember correctly, I know there's another officer, and I believe the other officer there is a Grand Prairie officer that came to assist because of the amount of parents that were coming up to the location.
Who are we looking at here?
From what she told me, that she's a parent.
you go get my baby? I have to make sure that. Can you go get my baby then? Okay. Yeah, I hear what y'all talking about. I have officers over there right now evacuating the building. My baby is outside. She's outside with no fucking where to go. Is y'all not listening to what I'm saying? She's outside. It's a fucking active shooter at school. Y'all don't even know what a shooter is. You're not even listening to me. Shit, I'm not. I just told you everything is under control. And all I'm asking you is to just not calm down, say I get it, but like, just step back and let the officers do their job. Y'all clearly y'all ain't doing shit. How the fuck do a shooter get into the side of a fucking high school? And y'all ain't doing a bitch ass thing that need to be done around this motherfucker. How the fuck a shooter get inside of a fucking high school with students? What the fucking thing needs to be done around here? Ain't no calm down shit, cause I don't play behind her. Fucking let a whole motherfucking shooter nigga in a school with a fucking gun with nothing but fucking teams in there. What the fuck is y'all doing to protect our children? Not a motherfucking thing. Parents, I'm trying to get information on where we're going to sit off for updates. Be patient, I'm sorry. And they don't have, they don't know where we are. 6:32. I can get in touch with her. I'm not for sure who's in charge of the channel, whether it be 201, 202 command. I just need to verify information for the parents because they're stacking up right here at this intersection. Okay, so I'll tell you what. If you want to continue this route and go that way, you totally can, and I'm going to put you in the back of my car. You don't care about being inside your car, I care about my child's life. Yeah, I will risk my entire life, my soul, my entire existence for my kid. I don't give a damn, and my child gonna be safe at home, what you supposed to be in, and I'm gonna burn the fuck out. There's nothing you can do right now. There's nothing you can do. We can just stay over here. I know exactly what's going on. We have officers out there. We have everything under control. They're evacuating the school, okay?
My nephew's on the phone now.
I know. Because kids have home nowadays and they can walk. But right now, we have officers over there. We need everybody over here. She's 17 and she's scared as a motherfucker. I'm sorry. As of right now, all I have is that we have shots fired. Whether there was somebody shot her. What we do know, right now there's no shots fired being done right now. We have officers on site. They're clearing the school right now.
I know for a fact that a student and a teacher that got shot. My nephew done told me that already.
My baby is outside. She's fucking outside. I'm not some motherfucking jail. Fuck I look like. Okay, parents. They want y'all to stage at the football field for further information. Football field. Okay,
Football field.
not that way. You're gonna have to go all the way around. There is no other way. There is no other way. There is no other way. You're not going this way. Find another way around. There is no other way into the football field. GPS it.
Which, you talking about the high school football field or that one? Okay, because we from Indiana. That's what I'm tripping.
I understand.
We gotta go to the football.
Go back that way, yes. Thank you. Yes, we have a motor officer over there. Yeah, I'm not for sure.
How much longer did you have to stay out there and deal with parents that were upset?
I'm really not sure how long I was out there. I just know I was out there for at least a good 2 or 3 hours until I was moved to help out in other places.
Last witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, just briefly. The parent that was the most upset on the video, she said, how did a shooter get inside a school with students? Correct?
Correct.
At this point, you're on scene. You don't know anything else other than what you hear from dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And you said earlier, all I have, you told the parent, all I have is a shots fired call, right?
At the time, that's all the information that was sent through the computer system.
So the computer system, you played no role in investigating this offense, you just did the traffic detail, right?
Correct.
And dealt with belligerent parents.
Yes, ma'am.
Pass the witness.
Alright, any redirect?
None from the state.
This witness be excused?
She is from the state.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused.
Thank you, sir.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Patricia Altman.
Altman?
Altman.
Please raise your right hand. Alright, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in the cause known for all will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Now have a seat here. Make sure that that microphone is pointed in a way that works for you, looks alright. And here's the thing, make sure that you listen to whatever attorney is asking you questions, listen to the entire question, make sure they're done talking, and then you answer, okay?
Okay.
Alright, you can't shake your head, you have to answer out loud, and when you answer, talk all the way to my deputy in the back so that I can hear you and my court reporter can understand what you're saying, okay?
Okay.
Alright, you're with me.
Hi, Miss Altman.
Hi.
Tell the jury your full name.
Carissa Denise Altman.
Okay, and you're very soft-spoken, so I'm gonna ask you to kind of set the microphone a little closer and speak up a little bit, okay?
Yes.
All right. Back on October the 6th of 2021, were you the teacher in room 2026?
Yes.
Okay. That was an English class, correct?
Correct.
All right. And about how many students did you have in that classroom that year, approximately?
My class periods would vary in size anywhere from 15 to 20 students at a time.
Okay. And this was, I'm going to ask you about the morning of and what happened in your classroom, okay?
Okay.
So class started about 9 a.m., is that right?
Okay, correct.
Okay. And did you keep your door locked?
Yes. District policy.
Okay, what was that?
District policy.
Okay, so all the teachers kept their door locked, is that right?
Yes.
How long had you been teaching up to that point?
11 years.
Okay. Did the policy of keeping the door locked change at some point?
No.
It was always like that?
As long as I've been teaching.
Okay. And for those of us that haven't gone to school in many, many years, let me ask you this. Do y'all have phones in the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Telephones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you have other security measures to use to get help if you need it?
Yes.
What was that?
We have a panic button. It's located near the doorway of the classroom. And then you can use your personal cell phone if you need to call for help.
So when you use the panic button, where does it ring? Do y'all have security officers or what?
We do. We did have an officer on campus, but the security button rings to the front office, like the reception area.
and the receptionist will respond.
Okay, so they'll come over the intercom
Yes,
and
ma'am.
ask you what you need?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just because you push a panic button doesn't mean that officers start running to your room or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So let's go back to that morning. I'm going to ask you about two particular students. One is going to be Timothy Simpkins.
Okay.
Do you happen to see him in the courtroom right now?
I do.
Will you please describe where he's sitting and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting to the left side of the room, my left side of the room, in a gray suit.
May the record reflect, Your Honor, that she identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
And the other student is Zach Selby. Both of those people were students in your class, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So on that particular day, was Zach late for class?
Yes.
Did he have to knock on the door in order to enter?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Now it's over. Next.
Was there a knock at the door?
Yes.
And was it, in fact, Zach Selby?
Yes.
Did you let him enter?
I did.
Okay. At that time, was Timothy Simpkins sitting down in the classroom at his desk?
When Zach entered the room?
Correct.
Or before I opened the door?
Well, yeah, before you opened the door, were the students already sitting down and class was in progress?
Yes, ma'am. Class
Okay.
was in progress. Everybody's sitting.
Now, give me an idea about the layout of the classroom as far as where Timothy Simpkins sat.
So Timothy sat, it was diagonal from the doorway toward the back of the classroom.
Okay.
The classroom was really small, so it wasn't a huge distance.
Okay, so it's a small classroom.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And your desk would have been closer to the front of the classroom?
My desk was in the back to the right corner. So
Okay.
it was closer to where Timothy was sitting.
Okay, all right. And where did Zach sit?
Zach's assigned seat was in the front of the classroom near the door.
Okay. So as he entered, describe what you saw happening.
So when I opened the door, I saw Zach, and I had already started the first part of the lesson, and he was late. So I opened the door, and I just was telling him, I asked, hey, you're late, we need to get started. But I asked, hey, how you doing? And he had a backpack. He sat the backpack down on the ground, and I kind of glanced at the backpack because it was odd that he was sitting it down, but he didn't say anything, and he didn't, gesture or anything. So I just said, come on, get in here, we need to get started. And so as I opened the door a little wider so he could walk past me, he looked at Timothy, and then he went straight toward Timothy, and Timothy got up out of his seat.
Okay, let me stop you right there. When, from what you see, Zach is going towards the back of the courtroom, right? Classroom, sorry.
Yes.
And at that moment, you see the defendant, Timothy, stand up.
Correct.
Okay. And then what do you see?
They looked at each other. There weren't any words spoken. Like before the fight started, it was just like they knew that they were going to fight. And
okay.
Zach went to Timothy and he started hitting him.
Okay.
And right behind where Timothy sat, there was a whiteboard, and so Zach shoved his body against the whiteboard.
Okay.
And then he slammed him closer to my desk because my desk was over, it was kind of over to the side.
Okay.
And then so he slammed him over there.
And what are you saying?
Hold on. Let's not.
Let me ask you a question. Okay. What are you saying when you see that fight start? Are you saying anything?
I was yelling for Zach to stop.
Okay.
Hitting him.
Okay, hold on, both of you. Ms. Salinas, try not to talk even an okay over the witness. Make sure that you answer the question that's asked and then stop talking so that she can ask you another one, okay?
Okay.
Just so that we can write down everything y'all said. Ask your question again.
So you are yelling, stop.
Yes.
Then what happens?
And then at this point, like I walked toward them and I hesitated because I didn't know how to get in between them. And so I'm still yelling, and Zach is swinging Timothy over near the bookshelf at this point, which is behind my desk off to the side. And so then I went and I pressed the panic button, and the receptionist came on, and I was trying to call for help.
Okay, dear.
She couldn't hear me. And so at this point, they're still fighting, and I didn't know what else to do, so I just opened the door and I started to yell for help. Like I just went in the hallway and just yelled for help. And then two of the coaches came down from the right side of the hallway, and then Mr. Pettit came from the left side to come in the classroom and to help to break up the fight.
Let me stop you right there. You said two of the coaches came.
Yes.
What are the coaches' names?
Coach Sarah Herrera, and then Coach Dean Boyd.
And then you mentioned a third teacher. Who's that?
Mr. Pettit, Karen Pettit.
So I'm going to back up a little bit. You opened your door.
Yes.
And you began to yell for help.
Yes.
All of the students are still inside the classroom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Which of the coaches arrives first? Do you remember?
I believe Coach Herrera came into the room first, but I don't remember for sure which one came in first.
Okay. As they come into the classroom, do you stay at the doorway?
Yes, I was at the doorway because when I went into the hallway to call for help, it wasn't just teachers who heard me, but other students in other classrooms. And so lots of people came to the hallway to see what was going on.
Okay. Is it unusual for other students to want to watch a fight that's going on?
No.
Is it unusual for them to want to videotape a fight?
No.
Okay, so you've seen that happen before?
Yes.
Okay. So were there students trying to look around you or get into the classroom?
Yes.
Okay. Was one of those students Charlie Johnson?
Yes.
After Sarah Herrera, the teacher, the coach, comes in, who's the next coach or teacher?
Coach Boyd.
All right. From your viewpoint, are you watching what they're doing, or are you watching the doorway?
So at this point, Coach Herrera, Coach Boyd, and Mr. Pettit are all into the classroom trying to break up the fight. I had kids, when the fight first started, the kids who were already in my classroom, some of them have pulled out their phones because they're just thinking it's just a fight. Not just a fight, but that it's a fight, and they want to see it and record it. And so that's what some of them were doing. But when I called for help and teachers and kids came out of their classrooms, there were kids who were trying to get into the classroom to record what was happening. So I was standing in the doorway trying to keep more kids from going in as they were trying to break up the fight.
Okay. So at any point, do you actually see what's going on in the classroom as far as who's breaking up which student?
I couldn't, because I was in the doorway, and I believe Coach Herrera was like on the side of the wall leading up to the doorway. No, I couldn't see her. But as I was trying to keep the kids from going into the classroom to record, I kind of looked over my left shoulder, and that's when I saw like the back of Coach Boyd's head, and he was walking backwards. And then I heard him yell, no, 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 gun.
Okay.
And then I ran.
When Coach Boyd was standing there and you saw the back of his head, was he closer to Zach Selby or closer to Timothy Simpkins?
I couldn't see.
Okay. But you hear him yell, no, 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 gun.
Yes.
Then what happens?
And then everybody just started to run. It was a blur. As soon as I heard it, I feel like I took off running, but it was like slow motion, and I could hear the gunshots start going off. And I ran into the classroom across the hallway.
Okay. Were other students also running besides you?
Everyone was running.
Okay. And when I say running, they're running.
For our lives.
Which classroom did you run into?
I ran into Miss Crochet's classroom. It was right across the hall. She's another English teacher.
Okay. Did you call 911?
I did.
Were you able to see before you did anything and the fight was still going on, did you see when Timothy Simpkins had fallen to the ground?
When he fell, no, I didn't see him fall to the ground.
You didn't? Okay. Did you ever see a weapon?
No.
In his hands or anything?
I never saw.
Okay. About how many shots do you think that you saw?
That I believe I heard anywhere from 4 to 6, but I don't know.
Did you remain in that classroom?
In Miss Crochet's classroom? I did.
What was going on in that classroom?
When I ran into the classroom, everyone in the classroom had followed the protocol that we had, been taught. The lights were off. All the kids were under the desks. And Miss Crochet, she was kind of standing there. She was pregnant at the time. And she didn't really realize, I don't think, what had gone on. And I said to her, I was like, Tila, like, get down. Like, they're shooting. And then I kind of paused, and I was, like, in shock. And it dawned on me, like, you need to call 911. So I went and I picked up the phone and I called 911. And I told them what was happening, that they were shooting.
You said there is a protocol in place at the high school. Is that a protocol for active shooter?
Yes.
So the teachers and the staff have training on what to do when there is an active shooter in the school?
Yes.
Can you describe the protocol for us?
So, if there's an active shooter, there will be an announcement over the speaker that we're on lockdown. But since, the front office didn't know yet, there wasn't an announcement. So everybody who heard it just knew what to do. So you have to turn off the lights, get under the desks, stay away from the doors and the windows. And so that's what the kids had done.
Okay. And if anybody tried to come into a classroom after it was in lockdown, was there a protocol about that?
Well, the doors were locked and you could not open the door for anyone.
You were not to open the door for anyone?
No.
Is it fair to say that there was absolute terror inside that classroom?
Yes.
And I see that you have teared up a couple of times, and it's been a while. Does this still affect you?
Yes.
After this happened, were you able to go back to teaching?
No.
Have you ever been able to go back into a classroom?
No, I haven't taught since that day.
You haven't taught since that day? Can you even drive by Timberview?
I can now, but I had to go through several months of therapy to be able to drive by.
some guilt about what happened that day? Not justified, not justified, but did you carry some guilt?
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
What's the relevance?
Your Honor, it goes to the events of that day and what she might have done in the classroom versus what happened in the classroom. It goes back to the events of that day and her presence and impression of what happened in that classroom that day.
I'm sustaining as the questions asked.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you some photographs, okay? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 141. Is that outside of your classroom?
Yes.
Are you depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
This photograph fairly and accurately portray the events of October the 26th, 2021.
October the 6th?
Yes. Okay. And I'm going to show you. State's Exhibit 127, State's Exhibit 125, State's Exhibit 126. I'm going to ask you if you recognize the individuals depicted in these three photographs that I've just shown you.
Yes.
And you can identify those photographs as being part of the events of October the 6th, 2021.
Yes.
Accurately depict the defendant in these photographs.
Yes.
And also Zach Selby.
Yes.
We'd offer 141, 126, 125, and 127 for all purposes, Your Honor. Showing them to defense counsel.
No objection.
I'm sorry?
No objection.
I have 125, 126, what were the other numbers?
141, 126, 125, or 127.
All right, I'll admit 125 through 127 and 141, and you may publish.
Ms. Alden, I'm going to show you State Exhibit 141. Are you the person standing in the middle? I'm gonna hold it right here so the jury can see it. Are you this person right here in the middle?
Yes.
What's happening in this photograph?
That was at the point where other kids were trying to get into my classroom, and so I was standing out in the hallway to block them from getting in.
I'm going to show you State Exhibit 126. Who are the two individuals in this photograph?
Timothy Simpkins and Zach, the case study.
Take your voice up, okay? Who's the person on the ground?
That's Zach, the case study.
Is this in the hallway right outside your classroom?
Yes.
It's Exhibit 127. Who's the individual depicted?
Timothy Simpkins.
The defendant in this courtroom.
Yes.
Does he appear to be pointing a firearm in this photograph?
Yes.
The last photograph is Exhibit 125. Who is that individual?
Timothy Simpkins.
Does he appear to be placing a firearm in his waistband?
Yes.
House of witness.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Altman, kind of take you back to when Zach first knocked on your door and you opened the door. You stated that he placed his backpack on the ground. Was that inside or outside the classroom?
Outside.
And that's why you thought that that was odd, that he put his backpack down?
Yes.
Did you have him pick his backpack up from outside and bring it in?
I told him to pick it up, but I don't believe he did. I'm not certain.
Okay. But he went right past you and straight to Tim.
Correct.
Who hit first?
Zach hit first.
And Tim actually did not hit Zach at all, did he?
Not that I saw.
In fact, throughout the fight inside the classroom, Tim was balled up trying to shelter his head. Is that right?
That's correct.
You saw when Zach slammed Tim's head onto the corner of the desk, did you?
I don't remember seeing him slam his head onto a corner of a desk, but I did see him slamming him around the room.
Okay. And when you opened the door to leave your classroom, at that point in time, do you recall that Tim was on the floor in a fetal position?
At that point, I wasn't watching the fight anymore. I was calling for help, so I don't know where exactly they were in the room at that time.
Okay. Can you describe the physical build of Zach?
Zach was probably like, he's taller than me. Maybe I'm 5'1". He's probably like 5'6", 5'7", muscular build.
When you testified that there was terror inside the classroom, who was that terror initially coming from?
Zach.
That picture that you were just shown with Tim placing a gun inside his waistband, was that before or after the fight?
After the fight, I'm sure.
You were pretty shook up, weren't you?
Yes.
How long would you say it took for you to just calm down from what you visualized?
On that day? Months.
Months?
Yes.
Had you known Zach before the start of your class, I'm sorry, let me back that up. Zach was enrolled in your class for that semester, is that right?
Yes.
Had you known him before that semester?
No.
Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
Jury, I think this is a good time that we will take our lunch break. I'm going to ask that, it's shorter than normal, but I'll give everyone an hour, try to be back by 1:15. All right, we'll start at 1:15. All right, I'll rise to the jury. Y'all can see. Before we get started, is there any reason, this is argument on the issue, any reason that the witness needs to be present? Stay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You said you've got case law on the issue?
Yes, Your Honor. Coming from Torres v. Skaggs, supported criminal appeals case from 2003. This instant court held that the character evidence regarding the decedent, this was in a murder trial, decedent prior violent behavior is admissible to show that they were the first aggressor or to demonstrate the reasonableness of the defendant's fear. And it goes on to say, however, such specific acts of violence are admissible.
Yes, slow down.
I'm sorry. Are admissible to the extent that they're relevant to show character conformity. Specific violent acts are relevant apart from showing character conformity in the context of proving that the decedent was the first aggressor by demonstrating the decedent's intent, motive, and state of mind. Because the specific act is probative to the decedent's state of mind or intent, the witness must know, but the defendant need not know of the act.
I need a copy of it. State.
Judge, you don't have the benefit of the next witness, which is Coach Boyd, who's going to testify that the fight was broken up, that Coach Herrera had the victim separated and that he had the defendant separated. The fight was over. So when they talk about first aggressor, the case law also, if you keep reading that case, talks about it has to be an act that they're referring to. This fight's done. So what act are they referring to as far as to demonstrate first aggressor? And the court now has the benefit of State's Exhibit 126, where the victim's on the ground crawling. And case 127, where he's on the ground and being shot at. So when they talk about first aggressor, at what point, what act are they referring to on part of the victim? Because clearly, in looking at the photographs from the video, that's not a very aggressive position when you're crawling away to save your life.
I understand the state's argument. Defense?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll hear from a lot of witnesses, and some will say that, I believe that it'll ultimately go into the hands of the jury to determine the reasonableness of the fear at the time. The jury will have to determine whether if there was enough time that even elapsed to where his fear for his safety and his life would have ended. We've just, even hearing from Ms. Altman today, a person who is in a very traumatic situation can have a wide variety range of time that needs to elapse before they are, I would say, snap back to normal. And so an individual who literally, we will hear from witnesses who thought that he was going to lose his life in that fight. I believe that will all go to the jury to determine what is reasonable. We'll also have witnesses that will testify that it would have been reasonable for Tim to believe that it wasn't over. We have witnesses who will testify to specific acts from Zacchaeus Selby that were continual and continue to make themselves feel in fear for their lives.
Ms. Allman, I'm going to say that you can step down for a minute. You can go to lunch and you'll be back here and on the stand by 1:15, so whenever they need you back.
Judge.
Give her one small point before she leaves. I believe that the defense wants to ask a specific question. And the specific question was, did she know about a threat assessment that had been conducted on Zach Selby?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
And I believe that her answer would be yes, and it resulted in that it was given, and that it resulted that he came back as being not aggressive. So if that is the question, it does nothing but attempt to poison the jury to ask the question at all.
All right. Ms. Allman, stand put. Why don't you have a seat? Ms. Clayton, why don't you elicit the line of testimony that you wish to elicit in front of the jury so I can make a good determination of what exactly this is about.
Ms. Altman, were you made aware of a threat assessment that was currently in place for Zacchaeus Selby at the start of the semester 2021?
Yes.
And that the threat assessment was in place, it was not withdrawn or withheld or anything like that, correct?
I can't answer yes or no to that. So a threat assessment, the way it presents on a teacher's end is teachers receive an email that have a student's name on it, and it's a questionnaire, it's a survey that you have to fill out and say whether or not you've observed these behaviors. And so when every teacher on Zach's schedule received the same email. So when I filled mine out, at that point in time, Zach had not been present in my class long enough for me to make a valid assessment. So I literally included in my assessment that he had not been in attendance enough for me to gauge whether or not he was actually a threat.
Okay. And so when a threat assessment is in place, it is standard that the teachers or staff, whoever would be in contact with the particular individual on the threat assessment, this case being Zach, you have to write some type of update, and it depends whether it's once a week, twice a week, once a month. That depends on whatever level the threat assessment is at. Is that correct?
That doesn't happen at a teacher's level. I believe that happens at an administrative level.
Okay. So the report that you sent in stating that he had not been in your class enough to determine any of his behaviors, was that a standard part of a student being under a threat assessment?
Yes.
How many times did you have to send in one of those reports?
For Zach or ever?
For Zach, I'm sorry. Yes, for Zach.
Just one. I only received one.
Okay. Did you anticipate, well, let me back up. This occurred in October, so maybe, what, a month and a half into school? Is that right?
Roughly.
Did you anticipate having to send more than just that one? Had the year carried on?
My class was a semester class, it wasn't a year long, so if I would have had him again the second semester, then yes, I would have got. So every time I get a new roster, I get that new information.
Okay. Is every student under a threat assessment? Are you having to fill out one of these for every student that's in your classes?
Any student who has been flagged in the system for whatever reason by the district, a teacher will fill out a threat assessment.
So they have to be already flagged in the system?
I believe so.
Do you know what type of reasons a person would be flagged in the system to complete these threat assessment questions on?
I don't have administrative training, but it could be a wide range of misconduct.
Misconduct?
Yes.
Okay. Violent conduct?
Could be.
Aggressive conduct?
Could be.
Did you, well, I think you already answered that. That would be it, Your Honor.
Objections?
Judge, may I print out the case that she quoted to you?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. What's the state's objection to the proposed testimony?
Your Honor, it's the same objection, that it doesn't have any relevance as far as what this particular witness knows about the threat assessment, only that she filled one out, and she said that she didn't have enough information to say anything one way or the other. She has no personal knowledge of anything else.
Yeah, so that, I'm sustaining that from the evidence that was elicited here. This is not the proper witness for that testimony as to what a threat assessment is, what would have gotten Mr. Selby on that. There's no personal knowledge with regards to that, and her statement was that she filled it out, that she couldn't really give any threat or violent statements or provide to it at all, it sounded like. So at this point, I'll sustain the state's objection. I will take a copy of the case, though, for future reference in this trial. All right, we'll be in recess for lunch. We'll continue at that time.
Sorry, what time, Your Honor?
1:15.
Still need it on,
State of Texas versus Timothy Simpkins. After my ruling before lunch concerning requested testimony of the witness, it was decided by the parties, or at least by defense, that they had no more questions for the witness. It was asked that I release the witness. Considering her emotional state of being in the courtroom, I didn't see it necessary for her to return after lunch only to be dismissed, so I agreed that she did not need to come back. I plan to tell the jury that no more questions were requested and that she was released. Is there any objections to that?
none from the defense.
None from the state. Your Honor, may she be released for all reasons?
You'll have me read for recall?
No, we do not.
Okay, then she can be released.
Thank
from
you.
proceeding. Okay. I'm waiting to hear that our jury is ready, and then we'll get started.
Judge, you want our next witness to go ahead and be on the stand?
Sure, you can call your next witness.
Judge, the state would call, will be Sarah Herrera.
Sarah Herrera. Okay, you can have her come on up once we get her sworn on. testimony that you're about to give in the cause now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, have a seat here. Make sure that that microphone's good for you. You can leave it. Even with the microphone, though, when you answer a question, I'll ask two things: that you wait until the attorneys that ask the question are completely done talking, because attorneys like to keep talking sometimes. And the second thing is that when you answer the question, even though you have a microphone, and the jury's there and your attorneys are here to talk all the way to the back, it helps you slow down so she can understand what you're saying and helps us hear you better, okay?
Okay.
Talk louder.
Okay.
That's a good start. All right. Bring in the jury. All right. State, please name your next witness.
They call Sarah Herrera.
All right, Mr. Herrera, I will remind you that you've been sworn to tell the truth in this case. All right, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to talk to you about the shooting that occurred at Timberview High School.
Sir.
On that day, were you working? Were you a teacher?
Yes, sir.
Were you also a coach?
Yes, sir.
What did you coach?
I coach softball and volleyball.
Speak up, please.
Softball and volleyball.
Okay. How long have you been a coach?
That was my first year there at Timberview, and I've been a coach for 5 years, 6 years.
Did you coach freshman, JV, varsity?
Varsity softball and freshman volleyball.
Now then, as a coach, you're also a teacher.
Yes, sir.
What subject did you teach?
Freshman English.
Matter of fact, the hallway where this shooting occurred is the English hallway.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So most of the teachers are English teachers.
Yes, sir.
At that particular time, were you also pregnant?
No, sir.
Now, was there another teacher that was?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
I believe Miss Lawless, and she was across the hall from Miss Lawless.
Okay. Now then, what class were you actively teaching? A class from this?
No, that was actually my conference period.
Okay. Let me ask a question before you start answering it.
Okay.
That's okay. What does a conference period mean?
I don't have a class during that period. It's usually when I can take parent-teacher conferences or planning.
You call parents, let them know how their kids are doing, or make whatever plans you need to for your next class.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So was there something that got your attention?
There was. Can you repeat that?
Sure. You're in your classroom working. What happened? Did something get your attention?
Well, I was standing outside my class and we monitor the hallway. So I heard screaming and I kind of started walking down the hall until I saw something going on and I ran a little bit faster.
When you say you heard screaming from an adult, from a teenager?
It was an adult.
Did you later learn who that was?
Yes, sir.
Who was it?
Miss Altman.
What was she screaming?
She was saying that there was a fight.
Was she asking for help?
She was yelling for help, yes.
And you said you picked up your speed and ran a little bit faster?
Yes, sir.
Just our first witness?
You may. I'm not sure what we've marked for identification purposes as stage 140.
This is a still from a video. Do you recognize anybody in that picture?
No.
You know you don't recognize anybody?
Well, myself.
You see yourself?
Yes.
Okay. So this is, you recognize yourself, and this fairly accurately depicts the way you look as you ran toward Ms. Altman's class.
Yes.
Judge, we're going to offer stage 140.
Did you say it's 24?
140.
140.
No objection from the defense.
States 140 is admitted and may be published.
So the jury understands this is you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the students are standing in front of Ms. Altman's classroom.
Yes, sir.
Which one? In the classroom, the jury understands, is literally in the corner of this picture. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so literally, like right here in the corner is where the classroom would be. So on the video, you see the door actually open up, but that's the corner of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what did you see when you got in there?
I saw two boys fighting.
Did you know them or recognize them at the time?
I did not know them personally, no, sir.
Okay. Do you see one of them in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I'm in position 1, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Going to my right, to your left, what position is he in?
5.
And what color clothing is he wearing?
Gray.
Judge, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant here in court.
All right, the record will so reflect.
Well, tell us what you saw.
I went into the classroom and I saw the boys fighting, and it was a pretty violent fight, so I really didn't want to get hit, but I did try to put my hand in and intervene a bit. I did see the defendant getting beat up, and I mean, this continued a little bit, and he fell to the floor in like a fetal position, and the other boy was stomping on his head. And I remember thinking, if he keeps stomping on his head, that he's gonna truly hurt him really, really badly. So at that moment, I pushed the other kid up against the bookshelf, and after I did that, he kind of was like, I'm done. And when I turned to look,
Okay, I'm almost stop you.
okay,
Did you ever learn the other kid's name?
afterwards, yes, I did.
What is it?
Zach.
Last name is Selby?
I don't know.
Fair enough. So, is it fair to say that Zach is taller or bigger than you?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know?
No.
So when you said you pushed him into a way, was it hard?
It was enough to get him to back up.
Yeah. And he did so?
Yes.
How much distance, when you said you pushed him and you said, a moment ago you said, I'm done, what kind of distance are we talking about?
I wouldn't be able to say. It was up against the bookshelf.
Okay. Just may I first witness?
You may.
Just do it this way. Just may the witness sit down?
She may.
Just step down for a moment, if you don't mind. Okay, so you pushed Zach, right?
Give me just a second. If you're going to do something with Miss, can y'all come out and walk to the middle
Sure.
of the courtroom so that you can make sure that you can see it correctly?
So you pushed Zach, right? So give me an idea how far away he was once you pushed him.
About this distance.
So he's about right here?
Yes.
And the defendant, how far away was he from you?
Right here.
So he's right here. And Zach said, I'm done. Did he raise his hands? Did he say it loud?
Yes, he did. I'm done. Because I said, I asked him, are you done? He said, I'm done.
So he raises, just demonstrated, he raised both hands up and says, I'm done. Okay. Defendant, keep lying there?
When I was checking on the other guy, yes, and he was on the floor.
How long did you stay there?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Did he get up?
I mean, he did eventually.
Okay, and what happened?
He had a gun.
Did you see where the gun came from?
I did not.
Was there other teachers in the room?
I don't recall.
You don't recall Coach Boyd being in there with you to help?
I was told later he was, but in my situation, I did not recall.
You don't remember seeing him?
No.
So you saw the defendant stand up, and then what happened? Or the defendant stood up, and then what happened?
He had a gun pointed at, it was me and the kid, Zach.
Do you know where the gun came from?
I do not.
You didn't see him go anywhere to go get it?
No, because my attention was on Zach.
Well, you should have been close enough that he went to his backpack, for example, to go get that gun and do something you probably could have seen.
Possibly.
Okay. Certainly gives you a good impression that he had the gun on him.
I wouldn't be able to tell.
Fair enough. So you turn and you see that the defendant is holding a gun and is pointing at you and at Zach.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
So then what happened?
I turn, my arm turns, and Zach and I are kind of turning at the same time. And in that process, I don't know if we hit or not, but I fell. And when I hit the floor, I covered my head.
So when you and Zach turned, were y'all turning to the defendant to grab him, or were you turning to run away?
Turning to run away.
And that includes Zach?
Yes.
So he wasn't turning to go at the defendant when he's got the gun pointed at him, or before, because he already said he was done. He's turning to run when the gun's pointed at him.
Objection leading.
Rephrase your question, please.
Sure.
Sustained.
Was Zach turning to run, or was he turning to go toward the defendant once the gun was pointed at him?
Objection leading.
It's over.
We both turned the same direction, which was towards the chalkboard, like the whiteboard. And so I know I was turning to run, so I wouldn't.
He was going with you?
Yeah.
You said once you hit the ground, you just kind of covered up.
Mm-hmm. I felt I was going to brace for an impact if something was coming.
And for purpose of the record, you kind of indicated like you put your hands above your head.
I did this, and I was, facing the floor.
What impact were you bracing for?
I heard gunshots.
Were you afraid you were going to get shot?
I thought it might hit me.
Did you see anything on the ground while you were laying there?
No.
You don't recall seeing any strike marks on the carpet?
After the fact, yes.
And how close were those to you where you were laying?
I wouldn't be able to tell.
So what happened after you're on the ground, you're covered up, bracing for impact? So what happened next?
3 gunshots rung out, and I heard a door slam. And again, I'm facing the floor. When I got the courage to look up, the door was closed, so anything else that happened I wasn't aware of.
Were you in there by yourself?
There was a student in there with me.
Male or female student?
Male student.
Did he appear to be frightened?
Yes.
Tell the jury why you say that.
He could not speak, and he was shaking.
Ultimately, did he ever say anything to you, or did you hear him say something?
He just kept repeating he wanted to call his dad.
How long were you all there together?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
But you stayed there until the police come to
Yes.
open the door and let you escort you out?
Yes, sir.
Do you still teach?
Yes, sir.
Still there?
Yes, sir.
Have a second, Judge. When you saw Timothy have that gun in his hand, did you hear him say anything?
Yes.
Tell the jury what the defendant said when you turned and saw that gun in his hand. You can use the exact words.
I don't Now,
I know no one wants to say the word, but you say what he said.
now what N-word? I don't want to say it.
How many times did he say that?
A couple of times.
Did he say it just that quietly, or did he say it any longer?
No, loud.
So he said, now what? And then he used the N-word.
Yes.
And he said that more than once.
I can't recall, but I heard it.
And at this time is when he's holding the gun and he's pointing the gun at you and Jack.
Yes.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Herrera. How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm doing well, thanks. Are you nervous about testifying today?
A little bit.
Okay. Just go ahead and just relax. If you need some water, just let us know, okay?
Thank you.
You stated earlier that you still work at Timberview.
Yes, ma'am.
Does Mansfield ISD have any training or protocol in regards to breaking up school fights?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So, based off of just your training experience as being an educator, you understand what you're supposed to do. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And are educators in the building responsible for student safety?
I don't understand your question.
As an educator, are you responsible for the student safety in your care?
Yes.
Earlier you mentioned that it was second period and it was your off period. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any students with you during this time frame?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever help out Coach Boyd's students that day?
Yes, but when I went down the hall, another teacher stepped into my classroom.
At what point did you hear Miss Altman yelling?
As I was outside in the hall.
And how close were you to her classroom?
About 2 doors down, so she'd be the third door down.
How would you describe Miss Altman's yells?
Very distressing. She was, she sounded very afraid, very scared.
What was she yelling?
Help. There's a fight.
And when you went to her classroom, what did you observe?
That there was 2 boys fighting.
How would you describe this fight?
It was pretty violent, pretty intense.
Was it mutual combat?
No.
What was it?
Zach was pretty much beating up the defendant.
And when you say beating him up, what was he doing?
Hitting him?
Was he punching him?
Yes.
Was he kicking him?
When he fell to the floor, yes.
Was he shoving him?
I wouldn't be able to say. I mean, I would assume.
What was Tim doing when he was being punched?
He had his hands over his face.
Was he trying to protect himself?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. I mean, I would say yes.
Where were Tim's hands?
Over his face.
Over his face. And when you see this one-sided fight, what do you do?
I tried to put my hand in a couple times to stop the hits, and I'm yelling at them to stop.
You would also agree with me that as a female, this is a very dangerous spot to be in. Is that correct?
I don't know how to answer. I mean, yeah, I guess.
Because it's 2 males. It's 1 male beating up another male. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so you would agree with me that there's a risk that you two could be hurt by his punches. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it quite common when educators break up school fights that the teachers are injured? Is that correct?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, based off of your training experience, is that something that could possibly happen to you?
Can you ask the question again?
Based off of your training experience, is it possible that you could be hurt by a punch, by a kick, while breaking up a fight? And when you entered the classroom, you tried to help the situation, is that correct?
Yes.
You tried to mitigate the situation, is that correct?
Yes.
What does that do when you enter the classroom?
He kept going.
What does that mean?
The fight continued.
So he kept hitting Tim even though you entered the room?
Yes.
And when you entered, did you say anything?
I started yelling for them to stop.
Was Miss Altman still yelling stop?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
And when you entered this classroom, are there other kids in the class?
I saw some kids running out.
Were there still some kids left in there?
I didn't know about the kid left until after everything ended.
Did you see any kids filming the fight?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Do you recall if the classroom was silent or loud during the fight?
I was just focused on the fight. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Does Tim ever fall on the ground during this fight?
Yes.
What did he do after he fell on the ground?
He went into like fetal position.
What does that do at that point?
Kicked his head.
What did you think when you saw this?
I thought that he was gonna hurt him really bad.
Do you recall getting any assistance during this time frame?
No.
And you still were able to grab Zach, is that correct?
I pushed him up against the bookshelf, and he said he was done. He put his hands up and he said, "I'm done."
When you say that he said that, did anyone hear that besides you?
I don't know.
Did Tim ever look up when Zach said that?
I don't know.
Did you see Tim at all?
Not until I turned around.
And when you turned around, you stated that you saw a gun, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after that, you fell to the ground, is that right?
No, I tried to turn around and run away.
And then did you trip and fall?
I did.
And that's inside of the classroom?
Yes.
Did Tim run past you after you tripped and fell?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. My head was on the ground with my hands on my head.
So you no longer saw him after that?
No.
How many gunshots did you hear?
I heard 3.
And do you recall seeing Tim at all after that particular moment?
No.
And you don't know Tim, is that correct?
That's right.
You interviewed with the police twice about this incident, did you?
I don't remember.
Do you recall interviewing with a detective by the name of Detective Wheatley?
I don't.
You don't recall going to the police station?
No.
You don't recall talking to a detective at the school?
At school, yes. I talked to many people at school.
And when you talk to them, do you recall stating that you didn't really feel fear?
I do recall that.
Do you also recall stating that you didn't think Tim was going to shoot you?
I didn't feel you directed it towards me.
Do you recall stating that you didn't feel anything at that moment?
Not really.
Do you also recall telling the detectives that you didn't want to be involved?
I did say that.
Okay. Do you still feel that way today?
I'd rather not be here.
And whenever you saw the actual stomping part of the fight, what did you think about Tim's safety?
His head was going to get bashed open if it continued.
Do you recall during the fight Zach saying anything to Tim?
Yes.
And they were hateful words, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the N-word used during that encounter?
Yes.
And it was some, you know, pretty nasty things to say to a person, is that correct?
Yeah, it was both ways. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, yep. It was
both ways.
When you talked to the detectives, do you recall telling them anything that Tim said?
Just when he had the gun.
So you don't recall telling the detectives, in particular Detective Wheatley, that Tim said anything during the fight?
I don't know what you're asking.
You didn't tell the detective that Tim said anything?
I don't recall speaking to Mr. Wheatley.
Okay, well, law enforcement. I understand it's been some time since this has passed, but law enforcement.
Okay.
And when you talked to law enforcement, you didn't say Tim said anything?
I don't recall.
But you do recall Zach saying some hateful words while he was fighting Tim?
I do.
Pass the witness.
Reader?
Yes, sir. You didn't just try to mitigate it, you did mitigate it. You did stop the fight.
Yes.
Now then, the question was asked, did anybody else hear Zach say, "I'm done"? Remember that question?
Yes.
All right, so let me ask you this. Universally, when you see someone do like this, does that mean they're done? They give up?
I would say yes.
And being this, raising both your hands like you indicated Zach did. Would you agree with that?
What's your question?
Sure. You indicated that Zach raised both hands toward up near his head, and a universal sign of "I give up, I quit." Right?
Yes.
So whether or not the defendant heard him say anything, he certainly could have seen him do that.
Yes.
And that's when he pulled out his gun and said what he said.
I didn't see him pull out his gun, but yes.
I'm sorry, but you saw him with the gun.
Yes.
And say what he said.
Yes.
When you heard the defendant say those words, did it appear that he was angry?
Yes.
He wasn't saying it nicely. He was mad.
Yes.
His head certainly wasn't busted open.
No.
Did you see any injuries on him at all?
I really wasn't focused on that.
What were you focused on?
The gun.
That's what got your attention, wasn't it?
Yes.
You said it wasn't pointed at you, it was pointed at Zach, but you're standing right there with him.
Yes.
So you're just an innocent bystander to it?
Yes.
Did you really care if you were an innocent bystander, or did you still care about the fact that the gun was pointed in your direction?
I was scared. The gun was pointed at me.
Tell us why you were scared.
There was a gun.
Do you think if you hadn't fallen, you got hit?
Yeah.
Tell the jury why you think that.
Zach and I were going the same direction at the same time. I just happened to fall. He didn't.
Bullets don't have names on them, do they?
I don't think so.
That's what's.
Reed Crawford.
On my cross-examination, Ms. Ferreira, you did admit that you told the officers that you did not feel fear at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, I didn't feel his
That's the answer to the question, ma'am. Is it yes or no?
It's argumentative. She can answer the question.
She answered the question the way it was asked. You can continue.
Ms. Herrera, how much time do you think went by between the time that you pushed Zach and turned around?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
So, a matter of seconds?
Possibly.
Is that an accurate way to say just seconds before you saw it?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
And you would characterize this school fight as really bad, is that correct?
Yes.
And very violent?
Yes.
No further question.
Sure. 1 second, Judge. This counsel asked you that this fight was, from what you saw, really bad and really violent. Recall that?
Yes.
And the defendant's response was not to ask for medical help or to request any type of assistance or grab his head but to come up with a gun.
Yes.
Doesn't appear that he was hurt, does it?
No.
Ask the witness. You got it.
Ms. Ferrero, when you talked to the detective, you stated that he did not intentionally try to hurt you. Is that correct?
I don't feel like he was intentionally trying to hurt me.
Thank you, Ms. Herrera.
Can you redirect?
No, sir.
May this witness be excused?
I'd ask that she do so.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be excused, Ms. Herrera. Thank you for your testimony. Let's start our next witness.
State called Dean Boyd.
All right. Mr. Boyd. Please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in the cause now in trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Oh, have a seat here. Make sure that microphone fits well for you. I'll ask you to do two things. Make sure you listen to the entirety of the question, that the attorneys are completely done asking it before you answer. And when you answer, please talk all the way to the back of the courtroom. It just helps us understand you better, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Your witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You go by Coach Boyd?
Coach Boyd.
Okay. And your full name is Dean Boyd, right?
Yes.
All right. Would you please tell members of the jury, on October the 6th of 2021, were you employed at Timberview High School?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us what your position was there at the school.
It's inclusion, English inclusion, teacher, coach, track coach, announcer.
Did you say announcer?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, how many years had you been teaching?
That was my second year.
That was your second year? At Timberview?
First year at Timberview.
Okay. And going back to that date of October the 6th of 2021, where was your classroom? First or second level?
Second level.
Okay. And on that particular morning, is there something that happened that caught your attention?
Yes, I was working in my office or my classroom, and I heard Mrs. Altman screaming or yelling, "Help, help, please, somebody help, someone help."
And what did you do?
I sat there, continued to work because I assumed that someone else was going to help, like an admin was going to come up after she pushed the call button. But when I realized that no one had come up, I got up to go see what was going on to see how I could help.
Did you enter the hallway area?
I entered the hallway area.
And explain to the jury what you see when you enter the hall.
When I entered the hallway area, I saw Mrs. Herrera ahead of me. She had already come out of the classroom. She was heading towards Mrs. Altman's room. And as she kind of picked up her pace, I picked up my pace.
Okay. All right. And so she's ahead of you.
Yes.
And both of you had classrooms on the same side of the hallway?
Altman and I had classroom on the same side of the hallway. Herrera had a classroom on the opposite side. We're in the same hallway, but her door is on the opposite side.
Okay, so you're basically watching her come, and
Right.
you're both coming
Right.
towards Ms. Altman's class.
Right.
And just to describe that little area right there, there's a T. So from Ms. Altman's room to exit that room, you can go straight forward or to each side. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So when you arrived, did you go into Ms. Altman's classroom?
When I arrived, I did go into Mrs. Altman's classroom.
Ms. Herrera had already entered that classroom.
That's correct.
All right. Did you ever see Calvin Pettit at all?
I never saw
Okay.
Mr. Pettit.
All right.
Ms. Lance, make sure you wait till he finishes his answer before you ask or make a comment, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
As you enter that classroom, tell me what you do.
When I entered the classroom, I saw the two students were fighting, or one student was fighting another student, and we separated the students, Mrs. Herrera and I. Herrera took Selby, I took Simpkins, and we separated them, pulled to the side.
All right. When you entered and you said that you separated the two students and you took Simpkins, what exactly did you do with him to separate him?
With Simpkins, he was on the floor, so
Okay.
he was being stomped on the floor. And when I pulled him off the floor, I just stepped in front of him and kind of moved him to the side to make sure that there was no further confrontation.
Okay, so at this point, the defendant, Timothy Simpkins, is standing up.
Right, that's correct.
All right. Are you holding him up or is he standing up?
He's standing up.
Okay. How much distance is there between you and Ms. Herrera separating these two boys? Approximately.
Approximately about 8 feet.
All right. At some point, do you see something in Timothy Simpkins' hands?
At some point, when I separated them, I saw Simpkins reach for his waistband and he pulls a gun out. And I said, he has a gun, run.
Okay. And did you run?
Yes.
Were there other students still in the classroom that also ran?
Yes.
So at the time that you entered and Ms. Herrera entered, there were still kids inside that classroom.
Yes, ma'am.
And when he pulls that gun, there were still kids inside that classroom.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you say gun, run, everybody starts to run.
Everyone starts to run when I said gun, run. He has a gun, run.
Can I have the witness step down for a moment?
You may. If you have him
Coach.
give you an example, make sure you bring him out towards the middle.
I will. Maybe step down for a moment. So, let's stand right here. So when you're separating Timothy Simpkins from Zach, Ms. Herrera is got him. Is that right? It's done.
It's done, yes, ma'am.
The fight is finished.
Yes, ma'am.
And then there's about 8 feet now in between y'all.
Yes, ma'am.
And if I am the defendant, are you have me like this? Is your body shielding Zach and Ms. Herrera?
Yes, ma'am.
So they're right here.
Right.
Right? Okay. And at this point, is that when you see the gun come out?
At this point, he kind of bounced and then he reaches for his waistband. When I saw him reach for his waistband, I kind of looked and see what he was going for, and he pulled the gun out, and I said he had a gun, run, and that's when I ran.
And when you say he's bouncing,
Mm-hmm.
do that for me.
So he's on the floor, he's being stomped, and we get him up, and then he just comes around. I got him, and he just, then he reaches for his, when I see him kind of bouncing around, and I'm looking, and he grabs his gun out of the waistband, and that's when I said, he's got a gun, run.
Okay, so he's bouncing around like he's mad?
Mad or
Objection to speculation.
That's fine.
Assistant.
Go ahead. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Coach, I am going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 139. Do you recognize yourself in that photograph?
I do.
And this fairly and accurately depict how you would have looked on October the 6th, 2021, coming down that hallway towards Ms. Alton's class?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, we would offer States 139, enter into defense.
No objection from the defense.
Okay. 139 is admitted.
If I put my finger right here where I have it, is that you?
That is me.
And the rest of the people, are those students?
Those are students.
And this would be directly in front of Ms. Alton's class.
Yes, ma'am.
Permission to publish to the jury, Judge.
You may.
As you are running down that hallway, do you remember if you turned to the left or to the right?
I turned to the right.
Okay. And were other students running alongside you?
Yes.
Do you hear, how many gunshots do you think you heard?
Total 6.
Okay. At some point, is there a young lady that you have to come to the aid of?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that.
When I run out of the room, I run to the right. There was a young lady that happened to, I guess I caught up with her, and she was saying, hey, I got, I've been shot. When I ran out of the room, I heard pow, pow, pow. When I say he's got a gun, run. I run out, and immediately I hear pow, pow, pow. I run down the hallway with the young lady, and I look back, and I see another, 3 shots being fired off.
Is that young lady Shania McNeely?
Yes.
And when you say that you got to the end of the hallway and you turned and looked back, did you see the defendant in the hallway?
Yes.
And what is he doing?
He's standing in the threshold of the adjacent hallway, and he's pointing his gun and he's shooting at Selby.
That's Zach. Pass the witness.
I believe the last question she asked was at Zach, but I didn't hear an answer. Did you answer?
I'm sorry, I shook my head. Yes. Yes, at Zach.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Boyd. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks. And so earlier you stated that you still are at Timberview? Do you still work at Timberview?
I don't.
Okay, so you've left Timberview since then. Are you still with Mansfield ISD?
Slow down, please, ma'am.
Okay. Are you still with Mansfield ISD?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When you were working with Mansfield ISD, were you trained on how, as an educator, how to handle school fights?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so there's no protocol of how to handle these type of altercations?
No, ma'am.
And when this altercation happened, you were 4 doors down?
Approximately 4. I'm the second door to the end, so approximately 4 doors now. And then there's a hallway in between, like maybe 3 doors. So it's like 3 doors, hallway, Altman's door.
And you were able to hear her screams that far away?
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that it was serious, is that correct?
That's why I knew that it was serious, because I was able to hear it. It was that loud. So yes, ma'am.
And when you entered the classroom, what did you see?
When I entered the classroom, I saw Zach stomping on Simpkins' head in the corner. So they were in the corner, and Zach was, just stepping and stomping on his head. And that's when Herrera and I separated them at that point.
What were the other kids in the classroom doing?
I don't know.
Was the classroom quiet or loud during this altercation?
I don't remember.
Did this incident happen really fast?
It did.
And would you describe Tim as being a skinny kid?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you describe Tim as that you felt like you could take him if you needed to?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Tim fighting back?
No, ma'am.
And you also interviewed with the police about this situation, did you?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you interviewed, you stated that you thought Zach was going to kill Tim.
Yes, ma'am.
You also stated that you did not expect for Tim to get up.
No. Yes, ma'am. I did state that.
When you were able to run out of the room with Shania,
Yes, ma'am.
did you think that she was just grazed by the bullet, or did you think she was full-blown shot?
I thought she was full-blown shot. I just wanted to get her out of harm's way at that point.
Was she still able to run?
She sat down on the stairs as soon as we got out of the hallway. She sat on the stairs and she reminded me, I've been shot. And even then, I was saying, coaxing her, let's go, because I just wanted to get her out of harm's way and find the nearest room for us to go into.
And also in your interview with the police, you stated that you initially thought the gun looked like a toy gun.
Right.
And you also stated that you heard 3 shots in the classroom.
Yes, ma'am.
When you walked in on the fight and saw Tim being stomped, have you seen fights that bad based off of your training experience at school?
No, ma'am.
And when you saw the stomping, would you consider that to be violent?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you think that Tim could be seriously hurt?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think that, he literally could be killed from how he was being stomped on?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense passed the witness.
All right. Redirect.
Timothy Simpkins was laying in a fetal position on the floor. And could he have been protecting his gun from falling out of his waistband since he's so skinny? And he had a big old gun on him?
Objection to speculation.
What was the question?
Withdraw the question, Your Honor.
Okay.
Nothing further.
Okay. Any requests?
Nothing further from the defense.
All right. Must be excused. Defense?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You may be excused. Thank you for your testimony. All right. Please call your next witness.
State calls Jeremy Walker. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to withdraw that request, Your Honor. He's not here. He's not here right now.
Okay.
We'll call our next witness.
Should we call Calvin Pettit?
Calvin Pettit. Okay. solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Have a seat here. You can walk in. Make sure that the microphone fits well for you. And I'll ask you to do 2 things. Make sure you listen to the entire question from either attorney that asks you a question. Make sure they're done saying whatever it is they have to say before you begin talking, okay? The other thing is when you answer a question, talk to the back of the courtroom so that we hear you nice and clearly, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're with me.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them how you were employed on October 6th of 21?
Yes, essentially, yes, sir.
Being a teacher is what your goal or dream was, or how did you end up becoming a teacher?
Most of my family is in education, and I started taking education classes when I was in high school. Ended up being something that I wanted to pursue. I have a love for the kids.
And you were able to do that?
Yes, sir.
What grades did you teach in what class?
I started off my first 2 years teaching English for freshmen and seniors, and then at the beginning of my 3rd year, I was only teaching seniors.
So in October, that's what you were doing, is teaching senior English?
Yes, sir.
I want to direct your attention to that morning. What were you doing and where were you?
At what time?
That morning of October the 6th.
That morning, I was on campus teaching class.
Were you teaching class when this incident occurred?
Yes, sir. We were about 10 minutes, 15 minutes into class.
And what got your attention?
I heard some loud noises, maybe something hitting the wall down the hallway.
How far down the hallway?
1 door across and 1 door down.
So when you tell about that door, that's going to be Miss Altman's door?
Yes, sir.
Her classroom?
Yes, sir.
How far away are you from her classroom?
Maybe 10 yards.
So what did you hear?
First, I heard some bumping up against the wall, like maybe a desk had been moved or something like that. And then I heard Miss Altman scream for help. She asked for help, and that she stated that there was a fight going on.
And so what did you do?
I walked out of my classroom. I saw Miss Altman holding the door open, and I proceeded to jog or run towards her classroom.
Now then, you're coming from, if I'm in Miss Altman's doorway, looking out toward that glass case, you're coming from the left.
Across the hallway to the left, yes, sir.
Was there anybody else coming with you?
Not to my knowledge. It was my students stayed in the room as I instructed them, and I left the room.
You don't recall seeing Jeremy Walker?
Not on my way to the room.
Okay. So tell us what happened when you got there.
When I walked into the room, I noticed Coach Herrera had Mr. Selby up against the wall on the right-hand side, farthest in the classroom. I noticed that Mr. Simpkins hadn't been gathered. I don't know what word to use there. But we're supposed to restrain all parties. So when I saw that Mr. Selby had already been restrained, my first action was I started walking towards Mr. Simpkins just to make sure that there wouldn't be any retaliation while Mr. Selby was restrained. As I got about 10 to 15 feet approximately into the classroom, I noticed Mr. Simpkins start walking to my left. He reached down into a bag and produced a firearm.
Do you think he pulled it from the back?
I do believe that.
Okay. Did you ever see Coach Boyd in there?
I saw him out of my peripheral on the left side.
Okay. The person that you saw reaching into that bag, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm in position 1. It's 2, 3, 4, 5 going across the courtroom to my right, to your left. What number is he in?
Number 5.
And describe what color clothing he's wearing.
He has a gray suit on with brown shoes and a blue tie.
Okay. So you saw him reach into that bag, and what did he come out with?
He pulled out some sort of handgun.
So what did you do?
I froze for a moment, and I was fixated on the gun. I then heard Mr. Boyd to my left say gun, and it kind of clicked in my head that there was in fact a gun. And Mr. Boyd started saying no a couple times, and it seemed like in panic. And once he started stating no, I began to retreat backwards, still facing the window, facing the inside of the classroom, and turned around and ran after a couple steps backwards.
And then what happened?
At that point, I fell on the ground, right on the doorway of Miss Altman's room. Once I had enough strength to get back up, I ended up making my way, if you're facing out of Miss Altman's room, directly to the next room to the left, and going to Miss Hernandez's room for cover.
That won't stop you. Why'd you fall down?
At the time, I wasn't sure. But once I got into Miss Hernandez's room, I leaned against the wall and felt an immense amount of pressure on my back. And so I put my hand behind my back, and when I produced my hand, it was covered in blood.
So you fell down because you got shot?
Yes, sir.
And you were shot in your back?
Yes, sir.
You said you went to Mrs. Hernandez's classroom. Was the door open, or somebody let you in?
A student let me in.
That was actually against protocol?
Yes, sir.
You feel lucky?
Very.
Tell the jury why.
When I was shot, I was shot in my left shoulder. It broke my scapula, penetrated through my back ribs, went into my lung, and lodged itself 1 millimeter, what I'm told is the width of a dime, above my aortic valve, which is a piece of your heart that pumps blood. So if that bullet would have hit that aortic valve, I very well might not be sitting here today.
Is it still there, or were they able to remove it?
No, sir, I have no exit wound. It's still in my chest.
May I first witness, Judge? Now, tell Jess some pictures for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you'll hear me show them to you.
Yes, sir.
First one is going to be stage 123. Is this a photograph of that X-ray pointing out where that bullet is?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we're going to offer stage 123.
Any objections to 1, 2, 3?
No objection.
All right. 1, 2, 3 is admitted. You may publish.
The individual's holding his fingers is pointed at that bullet fragment.
Yes, sir.
I'm now going to show you states 117 through 122. Okay?
Yes, sir.
These are all going to be photographs of you. Do these photographs fairly accurately show when you looked in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
And you show the injury that you just described to this jury?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we're going to offer states 117 through 122 for all purposes. That's inclusive.
Okay. Any objections from defense?
No objection.
All right. 117 through 122 are admitted for all purposes, and you may publish.
$117 and $118. This is just picture of you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
.120 and 121 is showing the entrance wound on your back left shoulder that you're describing.
Yes, sir.
Did you have to have any surgeries?
I believe there was an initial surgery when I first got to the hospital so that they could explore their options if the bullet was able to be removed or not.
And it wasn't?
No, sir.
How long did you stay in the hospital?
I was in the hospital for 5 days.
Have they given you any, they being the doctors or the hospital, any prognosis if that bullet will move or not move?
They said the bullet should not move moving forward in my life. It should be stagnant.
For the rest of your life?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to go through a recovery process?
Yes, sir.
Because your scapula was shattered.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what that was like.
For about 3 to 4 months after the incident occurred, I had to go to physical therapy to regain movement and range of motion in my left shoulder. For most of that time period, I was pretty severely hunched over as such because it was painful to be in any position with that injury, laying down, sitting down, as well as the lack of movement.
It's not like they put a cast on your shoulder or scapula, but they make it heal faster, hold it still.
They didn't do anything physical, like they didn't put a sling on or anything like that. For the 2 months directly following my exit from the hospital before I started physical therapy, I was just kind of left to my own devices to keep my arm suspended out of pain.
Were you able to work during that time?
No, sir.
Or did you ever try to go back to work?
I did try to go back to work at the very beginning of this school year, 2022-2023.
How'd that go?
It did not go well. I was back at school until I believe the 3rd week of September. And then after that I was put back on medical leave.
Is there a particular reason why?
In the months following the incident, I was diagnosed with PTSD, and being back at school was extremely triggering for my PTSD. I didn't feel safe while I was there. I couldn't concentrate on anything but wanting to get home safely, if that makes sense.
So what have you been doing for this school year?
I've been at home doing weekly therapy, trying to get myself in a position to rejoin the real world.
That's what
Cross-examination.
Commissioner, thank you. Mr. Pettit, when you first heard the commotion, you described your classroom as being at least 2 doors away from Miss Altman's class?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the other side of the hallway?
Yes, ma'am. 1 door across, 1 door down.
And you could still hear the commotion all the way down to where you were?
Yes, ma'am.
When you came out into the hallway from your classroom, students were already running out of the classroom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point in time, no shots had been fired, is that correct?
Correct.
When you entered the classroom, you said you were able to walk maybe 10 or 15 feet into the classroom, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were in that classroom all of about 5 seconds maybe, is that correct?
Sounds about right.
And you don't believe that Tim was intending to shoot you, is that correct?
Objection, speculation.
Yeah.
I'm asking him to believe.
He's asking his opinion about somebody else's intent. He can also cause for a legal conclusion as well.
Did you see the gun pointed at you?
No, ma'am.
When you talked about coming back to work and understanding the mental struggle of being there, but you didn't have any physical limitations of returning to work, is that correct?
That is correct.
Redirect.
Briefly, Judge. Mr. Pettit, tell the jury why you didn't see the defendant point a gun at you.
I did not see the defendant point a gun at me because I was running away from the gun.
And you were shot in the back.
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
I ask that he do so.
No objection from the defense.
You may be excused. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. There you go. Ms. Klein, next witness.
The state calls Eugenia Hernandez.
Hernandez?
Yes.
You okay? Can you just stand? You can stand if you need to. Can you get through one more witness before we take it over? Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in the cause and on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Can I have a seat right here? Make sure that microphone fits you. You'll be receiving questions from different sides. Make sure you listen to the entire question by either attorney, wait till they're completely done talking before you answer, and when you answer, talk all the way to my deputy in the out, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Your witness.
Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
I am Mrs. Hernandez. I am an English teacher at Timberview High School, 32 years of teaching experience.
Okay. I'm going to take you back to October the 6th of 2021. Where was your classroom at that time?
Room 2028.
And is that next door to Ms. Altman?
Correct.
All right. At some point that morning, did you hear something unusual?
Yes.
What was that?
Noise. A lot of noise. It just kind of escalated in the room right next door. And since my room was so silent, because we had just finished doing silent reading, you could hear it even louder. And it got louder. There was noise. There was, you could see fighting, a little bit of yelling, banging.
Okay. At some point, did you hear Ms. Altman's voice?
Yes.
And what was she saying?
She said, "I need help in here."
Okay. Now, you did not leave your room, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you ever open the door and come out into the hallway?
No.
Okay. There are protocols at that school about keeping your door locked, is that correct?
Yes.
At some point, did you believe that you needed to be on what you call lockdown?
Yes, because of the escalation of what was going on in the room next door. It was starting to get loud, and Miss Altman's plea, her tone of voice, alerted me that something was wrong.
And did you ever hear gunshots?
I did, but that was a few minutes later.
Okay. About how many kids did you have in your classroom that day?
25.
Okay. Now, when you go into lockdown, what do you tell the students to do?
Well, the PA, somebody comes on the PA and says, "Attention, Timberview students, we are in lockdown right now." And immediately I tell my students, turn off the lights, move away from the door, and go towards the wall, and just move the desks out of the way if you have to.
What was going on in your classroom when that happened?
I had stood up from my podium because when I heard Miss Altman's her cry for help, I ran to the phone, which is right next to the wall of her room, to call the office. And the minute I picked up the phone, I heard the shots.
Okay. And did the PA come on?
It took a few minutes.
And what were they actually informing you that there was an active shooting going on?
No, they just said, we're on Timberview High School, we are on lockdown at this moment.
Okay. And when those gunshots rang out, what were the kids doing in your classroom?
We had just finished again the silent reading, and I said, before we went on with the lesson, I said, I told them I'm going to call for help. And the minute that I sat down and I picked up the phone and those shots were fired, as many kids as could possibly do this in this minute, they all ran to my desk. They flew over my desk. They knocked everything down. I was knocked down in the process. I wound up on the floor with all these teenagers on top of me that were panicking.
Okay. And for a while, did you remain there?
I didn't have a choice because I was stuck underneath them all. That's when I think that's when the lockdown came on.
At some point, do you hear Calvin Pettit's voice?
I heard a voice. I was still on the ground, buried underneath students, and it was dark. My room does not have any windows. And you could see, I saw a silhouette by the door inside my room, hunched over, hand on the door, yelling, "I need help, I need help." And I'm like, who is that? I did not know who it was, and a few times I kept saying, "Who are you?" And he told me it's Calvin. I'm like, oh my God, I didn't know how he had gotten there.
Because you didn't let him in.
No.
So obviously one of your students opened the door for you.
Yes, but I didn't even see that when it happened.
Okay. So after you realized it was Calvin, what did you do?
I had to stay. I stayed calm because I had children around me crying and yelling, and they were afraid. And I made it up from some of those that were on top of me. And Calvin told me, he said, "I've been shot." and I still couldn't see him clearly because there was that silhouette, and I was panicking, but remained calm, and I made my way over to him. I crawled because I was afraid I didn't want to get in the line of fire if somebody was out there, but I made it over there to see how he was.
Did you have to use paper towels at some point?
Yes.
What did you do with the paper towels?
I got the paper towels. I grabbed as many as I could. It's like I'd been shot, and he was just panicking. And I just said, you know what, dude, just hang in here with me. It's gonna be fine. In that tone of voice, because I figured if the kids saw me calm, it would help. And somebody at that point, somebody had opened the door and said, somebody heard in here. And then Cal says, I've been shot. I think it was a campus policeman. Then he left, and a few minutes later, which seemed like forever, he came and took him away.
Okay. And the rest of the school, at least your classroom, how long was it before y'all were able to come out of that classroom?
A few hours.
Did you ever see the SWAT police officers in the building?
Yes.
And describe them.
Lasers, I think they were lasers. The hallway was dark, and they were running through the halls with lasers, checking everything, and we're just sitting there without opening that door. Just not all the kids could see because not everybody was in sight of the door, but I did see them with their lasers walking around.
Okay. Did they appear to be searching?
Yes.
As a witness?
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Governor Ms. Hernandez?
Yes.
Congratulations on being a teacher for 32 years. My daddy taught for 33. So you're an English teacher?
Yes.
And how long have you been at Timberview for the entirety, or?
No. This year I finished my 6th year at Timberview.
So you said that your class was doing silent reading.
Yes.
And how many students, if you can recall, were in the class?
About 25.
So is room 2028 and 2026 about the same size?
Yes, I think all the rooms are the same size.
So once the students, do you wait for everyone to get done with their silent reading, or when you say put your books down, or how does it work? Just briefly.
It's the routine that we did. They do 15 minutes of silent reading every day, 10 to 15 minutes. And then it was dead silent, and I set the timer, and it beeps. And okay, we're done, and everybody was still very silent for a second.
So in that silence, did you start hearing something violent going on?
Yes, as soon as, and it was right after that silent reading, I had said, okay, we're done. And that's when I heard something happening next door.
What was the first thing you heard?
Just noise.
What kind of noise?
Yelling.
Did you hear any threats going on?
No.
Could you hear somebody getting punched or anything, or thrown about the classroom?
I heard noise, but I didn't know what it was. It sounded like this, just things being hit.
Have you, being at Timberview for your 6th year, have you ever heard anything that volatile before?
No.
So something big was going on. Pretty violent.
Yeah. Yes.
And then, did you peep outside, or you just maintained at your desk?
I was at the podium, at the front of the room. I stayed there until I heard I heard her cry for help, and that's when I ran to the phone to call somebody to get over there.
So that cry for help startled you?
Yes.
Have you ever heard a teacher call for help before?
No.
This one, you knew something was going on?
The tone of voice.
you said a period. You heard I need help, I need help. That was from Mr. Pitt, correct?
That was a few minutes later after when we were already on lockdown and I was buried underneath the students. That's when I started hearing him in my room.
So when you heard the violent struggle, and how long did you estimate that continued?
A few minutes.
And then after that stopped, did you think that the fight had been separated or something, or it was over?
Well, that's when I heard the shots. That's where that it escalated from the fighting, the hitting, the things I heard, the scream for help, and then the shots, and that's when it was scary because we didn't know if it was over.
So at that point, so when you initially heard the first sounds of anything coming out, you said it got louder and it escalated.
Yes.
Escalated by kids screaming or stuff being thrown about the room?
Both.
Do you know at what point kids started exiting the classroom?
I did not see that because I stayed in my room.
So you just heard the fight, didn't see the fight, loud, volatile escalation of violence.
Yes.
No further questions?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony, ma'am. You may be excused. All right, we've gone for about an hour and a half straight. Let's take a brief break, just everybody to stretch out. And then Kevin is right there. Bring in the jury. All right. You may be seated. State, please call your next witness.
State would call Caden Bob Jones.
Okay. right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in the cause now is the trial, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, have a seat here. Then lower your hand. Can you please tell me your name?
Caden Oswald.
Spell your last name.
OBHOLZ.
OBHOLZ?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to ask you when the attorneys ask you questions, make sure you listen to the entirety of what they have to say before you answer. Make sure they're done talking. And when you do answer all the way to the back of the courtroom so we understand you and can hear what you're saying, okay?
Yes, sir.
You're with me. Okay.
So,
Tell us how old are you?
I'm 17 years old.
Back in October of 21, were you a student at Mansfield Timberview?
Yes, sir.
What grade were you in?
I was a sophomore.
You gotta speak up a little bit for me, okay?
Sophomore.
So you would be a senior this year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. You know what you're here about? Yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Were you a student in Ms. Altman's class?
Yes, sir.
Is that an English course class?
Yes, sir.
So that morning, did something happen that got your attention?
In the class or before?
In the class?
Not anything out of the ordinary.
Well, did you see a fight?
Oh, yeah, I saw a fight, yeah.
Okay. So that wasn't out of the ordinary?
No, it was.
Say again?
It was a fight like that, yes, sir.
Okay, so tell the jury what happened.
The whole story?
Yep.
So, class was over and I was, cause I was laying my head down in class, I was on my phone, and then I heard fighting behind me, yelling, and desk getting moved around. I moved to the back of the classroom, and I was next to the girl that was taking the video. Then after Zacchaeus got done stomping on his head.
Okay. I'll stop you. You said your head was on the desk. You looked up and you saw fighting.
Behind me. Yes, sir.
Behind you. Who was fighting?
Zacchaeus and Tim.
And those people that you recognized?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see Tim in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
If I'm in position 1, it's 2, 3, 4, 5 going across the courtroom to my right, to your left. What position is he in?
All the way to the left.
Number 5? What color clothing is he wearing?
Gray. Brown shoes.
So Tim was a student, a classmate of yours.
Yes, sir.
Did you see, was it call him Zach or what name do you call him by?
Zach, Zacchaeus, whatever.
Okay, did you see Zach come in the classroom?
My head was down. It was facing the other side of the classroom.
First thing you saw was fighting.
Yeah,
Objection to leading, Your Honor.
I can rephrase, Judge.
Yeah, please rephrase.
Is the first thing you saw was fighting?
Well, I heard shuffling behind me and yelling. That's when I picked my head up and went to the back of the classroom to get out of the way.
Tell them what you saw when you stood up and you went back to the classroom.
I saw fighting, and I saw Zacchaeus throw him around, put him in a corner, and that's whenever he was yelling at him, and then Tim backed up and shot him.
Yes. So you saw Zach throw him in the corner. What was the defendant doing?
Just taking the beating.
And then you see anybody come in, break up the fight?
Not that I can recollect.
You don't remember seeing any of the other teachers or coaches come in to break up the fight?
Not that I can recollect. I wasn't focusing on the fight. I was kind of just trying to look for a way outside the classroom.
So, at some point, did the fight stop? Or
Yes, the fight stopped.
Okay, tell the jury why you say that.
Well, because Zacchaeus stopped pounding him in the corner. That's whenever, he was like, if I keep going, I'm going to kill this guy. So
Did you hear
he
him
didn't
say that?
stop.
I'm sorry.
He didn't say that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, hold on. So, wait till he's done talking till you ask the next question. Make sure you speak all the way through your answers. You tend to trail off and then mumble the last few words and I can't hear it. So say exactly what you got to say and then stop talking so that he knows how to ask the next question, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You may proceed. Thank you, Judge.
You made a statement that he stopped because he was going to kill the guy if he kept going.
Objection to leading.
Judge, I'm trying to leave the court to the next question.
Yeah, it's repetition. I'll overrule that, but please don't leave the witness.
Yes, sir. You made that statement. Did you hear Zach say that?
No, sir.
That's just what you were thinking.
That's what I was observing.
Okay.
If he kept going, he would have been knocked out. And
You said, so Zach stopped. Did he back up?
yeah, Zach stopped and just stood there, and then that's when Tim went to the back of the classroom.
Tim was in the back of the classroom?
That's when he walked to the back of the classroom.
So you saw the defendant walk away.
Yeah.
What distance was there between Tim and Zach at that time?
I couldn't tell you, maybe 5 desks, 6 desks
Okay.
apart.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
I want you to stop me when I get the distance that you saw those two. Okay?
Right there.
So
Maybe
this-
a little bit farther back, maybe. From the middle of the classroom to the whiteboard.
So maybe 12
Probably
feet?
right here's good.
Okay, so this distance. This was the distance you saw between two of them.
Yes, sir.
So what did you see the defendant do at that point?
I saw him reach into his waistband or look down, and then he pulled a gun out and shot him 3 times.
What did you do?
Ran out. I'm not looking. I just ran out the classroom.
Judge, my first witness. Should we marked at stage 40? This is a video of the fight. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now on this CD, there's actually 2 different videos from 2 different people. Is that right? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
It's okay. And it doesn't show the entire fight. It just shows a portion of it. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Now you said you were sitting next to one of the girls who's videotaping.
I was to the left of her.
To her left. Nobody videotaped the defendant pulling his gun out.
No, sir. No, I didn't.
And that's wrong. It's not on this video. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we're going for stage 40.
40, 40.
40.
No objection from the defense.
State 40 is admitted. And you may publish. How do you intend to do so? 40.
Can you tell us what we're looking at right now?
That's the beginning of the fight. Or kind of the mid when he started throwing him around.
Right here we see at the very bottom, someone else is also filming got their phone out watching the fight. They're trying to film the fight. Is that right? It appears that.
Yes, sir.
What was that noise we just heard?
Gunshots.
Now the previous part of the video, hey, everybody's sitting around watching the fight, right?
Yes, sir.
Nobody's running. Nobody appears to be overly scared or frightened.
No, sir.
They're just sitting there recording it.
Yes, sir.
What happens when the gun comes out?
Everybody starts running. Even to chaos.
Did you see him run?
I didn't see him run, but I could feel his footsteps going towards the door.
Was he in front of you or behind you?
He was to my left. He was a good distance away.
This is just for the video. So you run out. Where'd you go?
My shoe was left behind because when I stopped, my shoe slipped off. I ran to the right. There was a staircase.
I need for you to slow down, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
You ran to the right and then what?
There was a staircase to the right, and I jumped down the flight of stairs. And there was a student downstairs. He was trying to come upstairs and come up and help. And I told him we need to go because there's gunshots.
You left both shoes or one shoe behind?
One shoe.
Did you ever go back and get it?
No, sir.
When you were running out the doorway, did you feel anything go by you?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what you felt go by you.
I felt a bullet go right by me, and I'm gonna guess that was the bullet that skidded the girl on her arm.
This is when you're running down the hallway after you've exited the door.
Not when I'm running down the hallway, no, sir.
So when did you feel this go by you?
Running out the door.
So you're still in the classroom? Or right at the classroom?
Right at the classroom.
Did you ever go back to school?
It was very tough for me.
Tell the jury why.
It was terrible going down the hallway. Just remembering what happened, and it was hard to get that thought out of my mind.
Why's that?
Just seeing the hallways, just remember the last time I was there, and the next time was remember the last time, and all the halls looked the same. It was very tough for me.
Did you continue to go into Timberview?
Yes, sir, I tried to.
Have you been able to finish there?
No, sir, I decided to drop out and pursue a GED this year.
You also gave up playing sports.
Yes, sir.
So in all fairness, you were on the varsity baseball team, if I recall.
Yes, sir.
A pitcher?
Yes, sir, pitcher and outfield.
You were one of the starting pitchers.
Yes, sir.
Question was, you were one of those starting pitchers.
Yes, sir.
That's what.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Kaden.
Good afternoon.
After this incident, you went to the police station with your mom, is that correct?
The what's repeated?
The police station, you went with your mom?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so your mom was with you when you talked to the detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And during that interview, you stated that you woke up halfway through the fight?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were sleeping in class?
I was half asleep on my phone.
And when you woke up, you saw that Tim was getting beat up?
Yes, ma'am.
And you described that Zach was stomping him?
Towards the end, it was stomping, throwing his fist.
Did you see blood on the whiteboard?
When he got shot, a little bit.
During the fight, did you see any blood?
I didn't have my contacts and glasses, and so it was all a little bit blurry, but I could tell what was happening pretty clear.
Did you see Tim being slammed on the bookshelf?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him get knocked on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the students in the classroom just sit and watch?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anybody try to help Tim?
The teacher was yelling out for help, but there was no one coming.
But no students tried to help?
No, ma'am.
Is it common for high school kids to film fights?
Very common.
Earlier on direct, you stated that you were trying to get out of the classroom when the fight happened.
I was trying to. I didn't think it would escalate more than just a fight.
Did everything happen really fast?
Somewhat fast, yes, ma'am.
But you were able to run out of the room?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were running, Did you ever see Tim?
No, ma'am, but I heard footsteps behind me, which at the time I assumed was Tim running out.
There were other people running though, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And also, when you met with the detective, you described Zach as curb stomping Tim.
At the time, I just saw him throwing his body on him, giving him everything.
What is the definition of curb stomping somebody?
It's dropping. I mean, it's kind of kicking him on the ground.
Is that a violent thing to do?
I would say so. Yes, ma'am.
Did you think Zach was going to kill Tim if
No,
he might
ma'am.
continue?
No, ma'am. I knew he was smart enough to not.
But you saw that Tim was being hurt, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And nobody that was a student was helping, is that correct?
That's correct.
Defense counsel.
Redirect. At the time that this defendant started shooting, Zach wasn't doing anything to him.
No, ma'am. No, sir.
It had been for a few moments.
Correct.
Past witness.
Recross.
Nothing further from the defense.
May the witness be excused.
I'd ask you to be so.
No objection from the defense.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. You may be excused.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Statement called Boyd Geiger.
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 Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in case on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. You can lower your hand and have a seat right here. State your witness.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury? Tell them how you're employed.
Yes, my name is Boyd Geiger. I'm a special agent with the FBI and a member of the evidence response team.
What does that mean?
We are a team designed to deploy to crime scenes and collect evidence in furtherance of investigative matters.
Just any type of crime scene?
Mostly forensic crime scenes, but we're capable of deploying to any crime scene.
You and your team went to the Mansfield Timberview School, is that correct?
Yes,
All right. Why did y'all particularly go to that crime scene?
we were requested.
Y'all sometimes will help out on some of the bigger shootings.
Yes,
Good way to put it?
yes.
Okay. Now then, who all is on your team? The
Fine.
names of the individuals. Who comes to help?
It's just members of the team along with anyone designated from the local departments.
Who went that day?
The senior team leader was Dave Rogers. I was the team leader along with several others, Stephanie Davis, Emily Williamson, Eric Anderson. Let's see who else. Jessica Thomas, and there was one or two others that I can't recall at this time.
And as a team, y'all will break up and individually or as a partner go look and collect various pieces of evidence.
Yes.
And you'll have one person designated to take photographs.
Yes.
That's what happened on this occasion.
Yes. We have one person and a person doing the documentation for it.
One person may even do a diagram.
Correct.
However, you walk through the entire crime scene. You are familiar with all of it.
Yes, the team leader will, and the assistant team leader will walk through the crime scene to get a general idea of how we're going to have to break out.
You will also have another team or unit come in to do what's called a barrel scan.
Correct. They are members of the evidence response team that are specifically trained in that scanner.
Very simply put, the barrel scan takes individual photographs. They're stitched together to make almost like a movie, like a drone you're going through the crime scene.
Correct.
In the simplest version.
Yes.
Here's my first witness. I'm going to show you a flash drive, stage 41. Prior to your testimony today, you had occasion to look at that. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's the barrel scan of Timberview High School after you all went through it and collected evidence.
Yes.
It fairly accurately depicts what you saw that day.
Yes.
Judge, we're going to offer stage 41.
Okay. I'm sorry?
No objection.
All right. Let me see what they left here real quick. Lisa?
Do you need to be on the record?
No. It's number what?
41, Judge.
41 is admitted, and you may publish.
Do you go by special agent or just agent?
Usually special agent.
All right. Special agent, what are we looking at here?
That's the stairwell leading up to the second floor. We marked it area A.
This would be the further stairwell away from Miss Altman's classroom.
Correct.
Now we're in the hallway heading toward Miss Altman's classroom.
Correct.
Okay. What are we fixing to come up onto?
This is the second stairwell closest to the classroom.
This is the stairwell that one of the victims was found by paramedics and by the police officers. Is that right?
Yes, there was a blood pool there.
This is, what is this area right here that I'm pointing at?
It's the entrance to a restroom.
And the jury doesn't have the benefit yet of seeing the video from the school. But what I'm pointing right here, is that a shoe? If you recall.
I don't recall exactly what that was.
Now this is Miss Altman's classroom.
Correct.
This is gonna be Ms. Herrera's classroom.
Correct.
And the yellow marker here was an area where y'all found some blood. Is that correct?
I'm not, I can't be sure without referencing of the document.
That's okay. I got your diagram in a second. We don't necessarily see it on the sparrow scan. You actually, did you end up finding that area in the ceiling that was important to you?
There was approximately directly over what you see there, there was a bullet hole in the ceiling tiles and drop ceiling.
Did you ever find where that bullet ultimately went to?
No, sir.
And you looked?
Yes, sir.
So the jury understands this was a glass case? A glass case?
Yes.
Broken glass down here at the bottom?
Correct.
And you saw an area where it been struck by a bullet?
Yes.
Yeah, approach the witness, Judge.
You.
I want to show you stage 43. Is that the diagram I was talking about earlier?
Yes, that's correct.
And in this diagram, it breaks down the crime scene, shows the different areas of the projectiles or shell casings that you did find and recover.
Correct.
And while not perfectly to scale, it certainly shows where things and items were collected.
Yes.
Judge, we're going to offer stage 43.
States 43. Any objections?
Okay.
Hearing no objection, states 43 is admitted. You may present it to the jury. Beeping. It's
Judge, may I approach the board?
You may.
Okay. At the very top, it talks about item number 1 being a 45 shell casing.
Yes.
And that would correspond with item 1 down here.
Does anyone object to the leading nature of the question?
I'll
rephrase
rephrase
the way
it.
you're asking, please.
Sure. Does item number 1 that you have listed here correspond with any particular item that was found in Ms. Altman's classroom?
Corresponds with item number 1 marked in room C.
And we can go through and see 2 and 3, same thing in Ms. Altman's classroom.
Correct.
And number 4 was a red phone that was found in that classroom.
Correct.
Okay, we can go through the rest of it, doing the same thing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Y'all took photographs corresponding with each one of these items.
Yes, sir.
And then you collected the items.
Correct.
show you what I've marked for identification in states 44 through 53. Okay, just take a moment to look through those for me if you don't mind. Do those look familiar?
Yes.
Are those photographs, states 44 through 53, inclusive, all relate to item number 1 that was collected by you or your partner? And also, does it also show some what appears to be bullet strikes in the carpet in that classroom?
Yes.
Judge, we're going to offer states 44 through 51 inclusive.
Through 51.
53.
53.
44 through 53. Okay.
Objection. 44 through 53 are admitted. We may publish.
Permission to publish by holding. Number 1 was a showcasing.
Yes.
44 caliber.
45.
45. I'm sorry. 45. And that was found near, I don't know what you call that, cabinet?
Yes, sir. Cabinet.
In looking at states 49, y'all have some orange markers down, arrow markers, right?
Yes.
What's the purpose of those?
Those are highlighting the carpet tears that were found.
What was that consistent with for you?
It appeared to be possible bullet strikes.
Leading out the classroom?
It was hard to tell, but the arrows indicate leading out.
To give the jury an idea, looking at states 52 is a close-up of one of those.
Yes.
going to show you what we marked for identification purposes, stage 1. States 1A and 1B. And just so it's clear for the jury, the FBI will collect the evidence and then it's handed off to Arlington PD.
In this case, yes.
And then they would send it, if it was going to be any testing done, they would be the ones to send it off.
Yes.
So if we see, for example, Arlington Police Department crime tape, that'd be from them.
Yes.
We see the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's tape, that'd be from where they opened up the packaging.
Yes.
Okay. So in looking at states 1, 1A, and 1B, this would be the shell casing that y'all have labeled number 1 that you collected.
Yes, that's my initials.
Judge, we're going to offer states 1B, which quite honestly is a cell phone package with the shell casing. We offer all of its contents, and 1A and 1 for the record only.
Okay, so you're offering 1 and 1A for the record only. That'll be admitted, and you're offering 1B for all purposes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any objections to 1B?
Okay.
1B will be admitted. You can publish to the jury.
Just for right now, I'm just going to set this one down.
Okay. I did admit 1 and 1A for record.
I'm now going to show you what I've marked for identification purposes as photographs 54 through 58. That correspond with your all's item number 2 that you collected. I need to recognize those.
Yes.
Is that another shell casing?
Yes.
So 45?
Yes.
Judge, we're going to offer states 54 through 58 inclusive for all purposes.
Any objections to 54 through 58? I'm sorry? Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Hearing no objection, I'll admit 54 through 58, and they may be published.
So the jury understands these photographs for number 2, that's what we're talking about right here.
Yes, correct.
Looking at states 55, another shell casing found near a desk.
Yes.
'54 is kind of a backed out photograph.
Yes.
So the jury understands, simply because of where a shell casing is found, it's not going to tell us where somebody was shooting from.
No.
Shell casings hit the ground, they can roll, they can be kicked.
Correct.
Any number of things.
Correct.
We just simply know where they landed or ended up.
Yes.
identification that states 2. (2A) and 2B. Is 2B the shell casing that corresponds to the photographs that we have just looked at showing item number 2?
Yes, it does.
So this is that same shell casing?
Yes.
Judge, we're going to offer states 2 and 2A for record only, and 2B for all purposes.
Okay, so 2 and 2A being offered for the record only, I will admit them for the record. Any objections to 2B?
Okay.
2B will be admitted.
Especially when we talked about the packaging earlier, the same questions, the same answers apply as far as the different markings and different tape that's found on them.
Yes, it did.
I'm now going to show you what we marked for identification, these photographs 59 through 63 that correspond to your item number 3. Take a moment, tell me those fairly accurate pick what you saw.
Yes, they do.
Judge, we're going to offer states 59 through 63 inclusive.
Any objections to 59 through 63?
Okay.
59 through 63 will be admitted.
So when we talk about these photographs for item number 3, this is the item that we're referring to.
Correct.
What was it?
It was a shell casing.
So 45?
Yes.
So we're showing you states 59. That shows
Yes.
kind of a backed out view of where it's at.
Yes.
Looking at state 60, that's a closer view of that showcasing.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what we've now marked for identification purposes at stage 3. (3A) and 3B. 3A being packaging, I'm sorry, 3 and 3A being packaging, and 3B being the shell casing that we see in those photographs depicting item number 3.
Correct.
Okay. That's the shell casing that you picked up.
Yes.
Same questions and same answers as in reference to all the packaging.
Yes.
How many total shell casings did you find in this Altman jury?
From Saltman's room? 3.
So if we did video hearing 3 gunshots, that would be consistent with what you found.
Yes.
Judge, we're going to offer states 3 and 3A for the record only, and 3B for all purposes. I'm now going to show you photographs 64 through 66 depicting your item number 4. Take a moment to me if those fairly accurately depict what that is.
Yes.
There's a cell phone.
Yes.
And part of the cell phone had inside the case somebody's ID.
Correct.
And we see that ID in state 66, is that correct?
Correct.
Judge, we're going to offer states 64 through 66 inclusive.
No objection?
Hold on, give me those numbers again.
64 through 66.
Those written
in. Permission to publish?
You may.
64, kind of a backed up view.
Yes.
Before. And then looking at state 66, that's the ID that's inside that case.
Yes.
That might be a pretty good indicator who that phone belongs to.
Yes.
What was the name on that?
Timothy George Simpkins.
There's a photograph with it?
Yes.
Photograph of this defendant?
Yes.
I'm going to show what we marked for identification purposes as states 4. And states 4A. Stage 4 is the packaging. Stage 4A is that cell phone with ID that we just discussed.
Yes.
That's the same cell phone.
Yes.
Judge, we are going to offer states 4 and 4A. I'm sorry, we're going to offer states 4A for all purposes, states 4 for the record only.
I'll admit 4 for the record and 4A for all purposes.
I'm going to show you what we marked for identifications and photographs 67 through 85. These are all photographs mainly related to that bathroom area. Okay? Look at those and tell me if those look familiar.
Yes.
What was important to you about those photographs, for one, that area photographed?
We found some bullet jacketing and some lead cores to the bullet, along with some indications of bullet strikes on the wall and the frame of the door.
The jury's not had the benefit of seeing the school video yet, but if you look at your diagram that you did, as you exit Ms. Altman's classroom and you turn slightly to the right, that's where that classroom, that bathroom is.
Correct.
And so if someone was shooting at the direction of somebody, that's where some of the, apparently based on what you found, that's where some of the shots went.
We found evidence that there was, yes.
So we were going to offer state 67 through 85 inclusive.
Any objections to 67 through 85?
No objection.
All right. 67 through 85 are in there.
Permission to publish, Judge?
You may.
In looking at 67, basically a view from Ms. Altman's door almost looking into that bathroom.
Correct.
Does that appear to be a shoe on the floor?
Yes.
It was just one shoe.
That I recall, yes.
And looking at 68, those orange markers, what was important to you about those?
Those were appeared to be bullet strikes into the stone floor.
And then looking at 69, we see your item number 5.
Yeah.
Correct. We also see some more orange markers in there. What is that?
Those were, the item 5 refers to the area, and the orange markers indicate pieces that were found.
Pieces of what?
Bullet, both jacketing and slugs, or lead core.
Explain that to the jurors who don't know anything about guns.
Bullets are formed typically with a lead core with a copper placed inside of a copper jacket. When they impact something, they tend to separate.
And this was pieces that you found?
Yes, sir.
After it separated?
Correct.
I'll show you what we marked for identification purposes as states number 5 and 5A. States 5, the packaging, and 5A is the actual fragments that you were referring to earlier. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so it's clear for the jury, 5A is actually, I'll put these in a glass container, and on the outside is the label and seals done by you and subsequently by anybody else who examined it.
Correct.
And has your agents, if not
My
yours,
initial government.
yours. All right. And 5 is the packing, the bag that was originally put in.
That was the original.
I'm sorry. So 5 would be what the Arlington PD does?
Yes.
So we're going to offer states 5 for the record only, and 5A for all purposes.
I'm going to admit 5 for the record. Any objections to 5A?
Okay.
5A is admitted. You may publish.
So as we look at 5A, those fragments, and we compare that to state 69, the photograph, that's what we're seeing.
Yes.
I'm not sure what I marked, photograph I've marked, states 86, shows your exhibit number 6. Is that correct?
Yes.
That photo barely actually takes away that item looked.
Yes.
And so the jury's clear. If we look at your diagram, where's item number 6 is actually all the way down to that original stairwell.
Yes.
That y'all came up with the Farrell scan. Is that correct? So there's all Miss Class. This item is found all the way at the very end of the hallway going down the stairwell.
Correct.
That's where we're going on states 86.
No objection.
86 would be admitted.
What was item number 6?
It was a fired bullet.
Did you learn through one of your investigations that Miss McNeely was running down that hallway when she got shot?
I had heard, but
Say again?
I had heard, but I had not been completely seen it or anything like that.
I'm going to show you what we marked for identifications. It states Exhibit 6, 6A, and 6B. Is that projectile that you were just describing and what you see in that photograph? Your
Yes.
item number 6.
Yes.
State 6 and 6A are the same packaging that we've discussed earlier, is that correct?
Yes.
Same question, same answers apply.
Yes.
Judge, we're going to offer state 6B for all purposes, state 6 and 6A for the record only.
I'll admit 6 and 6A for the record, and 6B is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish by holding? I'm going to show you some photographs I've labeled or identified as states 87 through 90, corresponding to your item number 7. Take a look at those for me. Do these photographs, states 87 through 90, fairly accurately depict what you saw in reference to item number 7?
Yes, they do.
Judge, we're going to offer states 87 through 90 inclusive.
Okay.
87 through 90 are admitted.
So your jury understands when we talk about item number 7, we're talking all the way down here at the end of the hallway.
Yes.
And what was number 7?
A fired bullet.
So looking at states 87, is that what we're referring to?
Yes.
If we look at states 89, that's a close-up of item number 7.
Yes.
Show you what we marked for identification purposes of state 7. Seven A and 7B. 7 and 7A is the packaging, and 7B is y'all's item number 7. That we just got through talking about in these photographs.
Correct.
Same question, same answers as far as all the packaging goes, is that correct?
Yes.
Judge, we're going to offer state 7, 7A for record only, 7B for all purposes.
Objection.
7 and 7A are admitted for the record. 7B is admitted for all purposes.
Okay, Agent. So the jury can understand something. 7B appears to be a lead cord.
Correct.
6B is the carpet jacket that would have surrounded that lead cord. Or could have.
It could have been, yes.
Consistent with that.
Yes.
I'm going to show you photographs 91 through 93 that correspond to your item number 8. Tell me if those look familiar.
Yes, they do.
Oh, by the way, when y'all collect a phone, is it common practice to immediately put it in airplane mode or turn it off so it doesn't have access to the Wi-Fi or cell service?
If we can access it, yes.
Okay. Judge, we're going to offer states 91 through 93 inclusive.
Objection.
91 through 93 are admitted.
So the jury understands these photographs correspond to your item number 8, which was just right outside that bathroom.
Correct.
What was it?
Bullet jacketing.
So looking at 91, just as far as perspective goes, it kind of tells us where we're at.
Yes.
As far as right outside the bathroom. Look at 93, it's a close-up of number 8.
Yes.
I'll show you what we've marked for identification purposes of State's Exhibit 8. 8A. And 8B. 8B would be the fragments that we were just discussing in your item number 8, is that correct?
Yes.
8A and 8B are the packaging that we refer to throughout your testimony, is that correct?
Yes.
Same question, same answer as far as the packaging is concerned.
Yes.
Judge, we're going to offer states 8 and 8A for the record only, 8B for all purposes. Permission to publish by holding?
Email.
These are fragments you're talking about?
Yes.
Very similar to the fragments we saw, item number 6.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you some photographs I've labeled 94 through 97 that correspond to your item number 9. Take a moment and tell me if those look familiar.
Yes, they do.
Judge, we're going to offer states 94 through 97 inclusive.
Objection?
What was those numbers saying? 94?
94 through 97, Judge.
Those are admitted.
So when we talk about these photographs, we're talking about item number 9,
Correct.
right outside this stairwell.
Correct.
What was it?
Well, the shell casing.
Judge, may I have just one moment? I'll show you states 94 that's previously been admitted. Does that show where that item number 9 is?
Yes.
In relationship to the stairwell?
Yes.
So when you look at this photograph, states 94. And we compare those to previously admitted photographs 126 and 127. Is there anything that would explain maybe why there's a shell casing there?
Yes, firearms being pointed there, and if it's fired, the shell casing could end up on the right.
Why to the right?
Because the convention, most firearms eject to the right.
When you fire a handgun, depending on the quality of the powder that is in the shell casing, is there smoke coming out of it?
Not typically.
So if we see smoke on it going toward the ceiling, what would that be from?
Could very well be from firing.
So one photograph we have a little bit, the more we have a little bit less.
Correct.
Indicate someone's firing a handgun.
Yes.
And that's consistent with the physical evidence as far as finding the shell casing in that area.
Could be, yes.
Let me ask you something. If someone's crawling away on their back, would you call that an aggressive position?
No,
Why not?
because they're retreating.
Who's the aggressor here?
Say the person with the firearm.
Shows you're item number 9, that showcase.
Yes.
The blood on the floor certainly does indicate that someone got shot or injured.
Yes.
Show you what we marked identification purposes. It states exhibit number 9 and 9A. 9 is a packaging for Arlington PD. 9 is a glass case that was y'all's. We see y'all's working on. Is that correct?
Yes.
We also see additional tape by the medical examiner's office where they did some testing. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's the showcase that we've been referring to as y'all's number 9.
Yes.
Judge Wilberhofer states 9 for record only and 9A for all purposes.
Okay. 9 will be admitted to the record, 9A for all purposes.
I'll show you some photographs referred to as 98 through 101. Corresponds to your item number 10. Those photos look familiar and fairly accurately depict what you saw.
Yes.
Judge, we offer for all purposes states 98 through 101.
Objection.
98 through 101 will be admitted.
So in these photographs, we're talking about your item number 10. What was it?
A showcasing.
It's right here, kind of in the corner of Miss Altman's classroom near the wall. Is that correct?
I was in the hallway, yes.
In the hallway. I'm sorry. So it states 98. You see, actually, you're number 10 and number 11. Is that correct?
Correct.
What was number 11, by the way?
I have to check. I believe it was a showcasing.
Show you what we marked for identification purposes. It states 10. states 10A. Does this look familiar?
Yes.
10A is the shell casing that you just referred to in those photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's y'all's number 10.
Correct.
All right. Y'all put it in a glass container. 10, 610 is the packaging done by Arlington PD.
Correct.
Same question, same answers. If you look at the crime scene tape or the tape that's over it by the ME's office or by Arlington PD, that was done for purposes of testing.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, we will offer states 10 for the record only, and 10A for all purposes.
As soon as a minute for the record, 10A for all purposes.
Same caliber showcasing we've been talking about all afternoon, 45.
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what I marked for identification, states 102 through 105, depicting your item number 11. Tell me if those look familiar.
Yes.
Judge, we're going to offer states 102 through 105 inclusive for all purposes.
Objection.
102 to 105 are admitted.
So we're talking about item number 11 here. That's this area we're talking about.
Correct.
Another shell casing.
Correct.
So 3 shell casings found inside the classroom, 3 shell casings found outside the classroom.
Yes.
9, 10, 11 outside.
Yes.
And actually, if you did 11, 10, and 9, it's almost as if you're approaching that stairwell.
I can't tell you exactly what order they were fired in.
Understand? So looking at stage 103, that's that shell casing.
Yes.
And shell casings on most firearms tend to eject back into the right.
At least to the right.
And show that we marked for identification purposes states exhibit number 11. And 11A. 11A is the glass container. Y'all put the y'all's item number 11 into. States 11 is the packaging done by Arlington PD.
Yes.
Okay. So you recognize states 11. I'm sorry, 11A.
Yes.
That's the shell casing we've been referring to.
Yes.
Same questions, same answers as far as all the packaging goes. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if we look at the tape that's on it by Arlington PD and by the ME's office, is that correct?
Yes.
Says we're going to offer states 11, states 11 for the record only, 11A for all purposes.
11 is submitted for the record. 11A for all purposes.
I'll show you photographs marked by identification at 106 through 116. Take a minute to me if those look familiar to you. These photographs correspond to your item number 12, and they also talk or show the hole in the ceiling that you referred to earlier. Is that correct?
Correct.
Judge, we're going to offer shades 106 through 116 inclusive.
Any objection?
Okay.
106 through 116 are admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Looking at 106, if we're standing right outside the classroom, this office classroom, right about here, we're looking toward this glass case.
Yes, that is correct.
And then looking at that aerial scan, that glass is shattered.
Yes.
Certainly consistent with it being hit.
Yes.
Shot at.
Yes.
Matter of fact, if you looked at the black paper behind it, y'all found it very consistent.
Object to the state testifying, basically.
I can ask a question, Judge.
Yeah, please stop leaving the window.
Did y'all find an area that indicated to you that glass had been hit by a bullet?
The glass was shattered. I don't recall if we found indications of it being hit.
What did y'all find over there?
In front of the stairwell that was going down, we found a bullet fragment, or a shell casing. Correction, excuse me, a bullet jacket, the copper jacketing of a bullet.
So if the glass was shattered and you found a copper jacket, what would that tell you what happened?
That a bullet was in that area.
All right. So look at 110, we see the glass case and the shattered glass.
Yes.
As it relates to your number 12.
Yes.
.112 is a close-up of that jacket.
Yes.
That copper jacket.
Yes.
lead core near this one?
No, we did not.
So what does that tell you?
They impacted something and they separated.
Looking at 113, that's the hole in the ceiling you were talking about.
Correct.
And to you, that was a bullet hole.
Yes.
You never found where that went?
No, sir, we did not.
Hold on. So in Texas, typically the jury does not ask questions of the witnesses. So we just ask you to take a look at it and they'll offer what they offer, okay?
Where my finger is that where the hole is?
Yes.
Kind of the only hole in the ceiling?
Say again?
Only hole in the ceiling?
That we found.
If we look at 116, kind of a close up of that hole?
Yes.
I'll show you what we marked for identification purposes, stage number 12, 12A, and 12B. Is 12B your item number 12, the copper jacket we've been referring to?
Yes.
In 12A, I'm sorry, 12 and 12A are the packaging that we've discussed through the entire testimony, is that correct?
Correct.
Same questions, same answers?
Yes.
Judge, we will offer stakes 12 and 12A for record only, and 12B for all purposes.
Okay. 12 and 12A are admitted to the record, 12B for all purposes.
So looking at stage 12B and 6B, very similar as far as copper jackets.
Yes.
And 6B was the jacket found at the further stairwell, is that correct?
Correct.
There is just no lead core found in the same areas as stage 12B.
Correct.
Just one moment, Judge.
Okay.
Judge, I pass the witness.
All right. Cross-examination?
Just briefly, Judge.
Okay.
Mr. Geiger?
Yes.
How many people were on your team?
Approximately 8, but I would have to look at our roster for that day.
In your field office, you work out of where?
I work out of the headquarters city for the Dallas field office.
Dallas field office? Do you recall what time you got the phone call that your assistance was needed?
No, I do not recall.
You have a report team?
We have documentation that shows the time that we responded. We arrived on scene.
Do you recall what time you arrived on scene?
No, not without referring back to my documentation.
Was it before noon, afternoon?
I believe it was afternoon.
So this happened at 9 a.m. in the morning. You're assuming just from your memory that you arrived after 12?
I believe so, but again, I would have to refer back to my documentation.
So when you arrived, you don't know what occurred that morning in room 2026. You're there primarily just with the scan and create the 3D images.
We had been told there was a shooting, and our assistance to collect the evidence was requested.
Okay. But your job is primarily to get there, collect the evidence. You're not interviewing witnesses or anything like that, are you?
No, we're not.
You're just strictly crime scene for the FBI?
Yes.
Okay. So when you arrive at the location, are you meeting with Arlington PD first to get the assessment, or are you immediately going in to take over the crime?
We meet with the Arlington Police to ensure the area is safe, to verify what authority we have to be there, and then to get a general assessment of their side, and then we will do a walkthrough of the scene.
So you have to go through the hoops of going through to find out what authorization, first of all, because you're the FBI, correct? You don't normally participate in local level offenses. You have to have a reason for them to say, hey, this is why we need you guys here.
We were requested.
Okay.
That's all we're told.
Do you recall who requested you?
No, I do not.
So is the assessment of what each team is going to do, because you had, how many units, how many agencies did you actually deal with on site, if you can recall?
Arlington Police were there. The school was there. ATF was there, and we were there, that I can recall.
So are y'all discussing this outside the stage area and then go in, or are you doing it inside of the school?
I don't recall the exact location we discussed. I believe it was on the first floor, but I don't recall specifically.
With respect to at this point, did you when you went to room 2026, you saw what with the scanner? In your own words, describe what you observed in that particular room.
We saw desks had been pushed aside in some way, and we saw shell casings on the ground, and then we found blood in the hallway and shell casings in the hallway.
Did you have any indication of how many students were in room 2026 when you arrived?
No, we did not.
And if we were going to talk trajectory or the ejection of a shell casing, particularly on a block, is it going to eject to the left, right, or back?
On a Glock, it will eject to the right, and sometimes, depending on the round, a little bit to the rear.
A little bit to the left?
To the rear.
To the rear. Okay, so eject to the right and it could potentially go back to the rear.
To the right and to back.
So when shots are fired and a shell casing ejects, you can't say that it was it could have landed at 1, 2, or 3, but we don't know exactly what the students or somebody could have kicked it like that.
Yes, that's correct.
And it's the same thing when we get to 9, 10, and 11. At this point, it can eject various ways.
Correct.
So when you have a lot of hundreds of students a lot of them running, so sheriff cases did end up in.
Yes, that is correct.
How long would you say you were on scene totally that day, if you can recall?
I can't specifically recall.
And so when we talk about lead core, can you just kind of briefly explain that to me?
Yes, most bullets have a copper jacketing with a element of zinc or lead, commonly referred to just as lead, inside them, and when they impact something hard, they can peel apart and separate.
So that is going to be the silver looking little things and now.
You may. There's some on the rail.
Is this? I'm sorry. Is this what we're talking about on that?
Yes, that appears to be the lead cores, or some element of lead core after it.
So basically, that could have impacted something and ended up as state number 5.
Yes, that is correct.
In this diagram, did you draw this diagram?
No, I did not.
So this diagram is not the scale, is it?
No, it is not.
Do you have any idea who drew that diagram?
Yes, ma'am. The sketcher was our member is Zachary Webb.
So when we say something is not to scale, what does that mean?
It means it's not perfectly measured out. It gives an orientation to where everything is, but the hallway is the length of the room length and everything is not specifically measured.
So it's kind of like, on the side of the car, things may not appear, or things may appear like they're way down here, but in effect they're not, correct?
The markings on there are rough approximations as to where in the hallway they were.
I get it. I'm talking about the length. When it says not to scale, your team didn't take measurements?
No, we did not.
Okay. So he comes out and he just rough drafts what he sees, but he doesn't measure distance. He doesn't measure how many feet between this and that.
That is correct.
So when something is done and is not to scale, that is just, are you doing it from a layout of that was received from the school, just a rough diagram, or just on rote memory, you just drawing out what you think it looks like?
No, the sketcher was on scene drawing that out.
So after you collected these items, were they released to Arlington, or they were taken to your property?
They were released to the Arlington Police Department.
So Arlington Police Department, well, your team collects.
We collected it and documented it.
And then you turn it over to Arlington.
Correct.
And it stays in Arlington's property room until today.
We turned it over to Arlington Police.
Okay.
What happened after that, I'm not aware of.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
All right, may this witness be excused?
And that's to the,
All right, thank you for your testimony, sir. You're excused. All right, let me see one person from each side up here real quick. I'm going to ask you to retire to the jury room. I'm going to get some information from y'all concerning tomorrow, and we'll get a start time for y'all and get going tomorrow. So, if y'all retire to the jury room.
all rise.
We'll stand in recess and I'll get a schedule real quick. All right, Lisa, Lloyd, we're gonna start tomorrow at 8:30, and Fred's talking to them about, just in case we need to go till about their availability towards that. Okay, just. You're busy, but do you have any reason that if the witnesses roll out that way and we feel comfortable, we can go till 6? You fine? Okay. Yeah, kind of push through that. Good. Okay. Yeah, we won't go later than that. I think we got a lot done today. I think we skipped a lot of unnecessary witnesses by them getting it all in through